Well, hello, people. Is anybody out there? Anybody out there in the VC universe? Or are you guys all in other, like, hiding spaces and stuff like that? Anything of that sort? Anyways, Wednesday night. You know, Wednesday night, one of the couple of nights a week I have where I can go ahead and jump on here. So I decided to jump on here, chill out with you guys for a bit, have a couple of beers, hang out, see what everybody's up to. You know, doing the late night crew thing. I'm pretty sure Lisa will be around later, and so will Paulina. You know, I'll go ahead and give them the links a little bit. So, but I figured I'd come up here and see what everybody was up to. You know, but anyways, you know, actually, I was they kicked me off YouTube for like a week. I was in YouTube jail. The reason why I was in YouTube jail is because I guess last stream, I got a little bit crazy with music. I think Charlie was up here playing some music. I don't want to blame it on him because I think also I was playing a video of Neil Young going through a record store looking for bootlegs. And when he's looking for the bootlegs, they're playing Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band in the background. And we know Beatles is a fucking stream killer. It's a killer, you know. You end up playing any kind of Beatles, anything by the Paul Lennon or the Lennon McCartney catalog, and your frickin' stream is going to go straight down, man. They're going to go ahead and pull it like that. So anyways, but I think that's basically what happened. And I got a strike, you know, so no music. Got to be careful with anything that's copyrighted because they came after me, man. They keep on spanking my ass. They like the softness of it or something. I don't know. So I see there's two people, which is more than I was expecting to get at this time of the game. I know I'm like one of the most unreliable channels. It's like, is he going to go straight live? Is he not? Is he? Even when I turn around and I announce I'm going to go live, people are like, is he going to go live? Will he be live? Is he? So, you know. But anyways, here I is. You know, let's see who else ends up popping up. Maybe Lisa will pop up. I don't know. I think she was kind of busy. I think usually right around the time. I think she ends up having dinner like later in the evenings. I think her and her family, they end up doing it later in the evenings. But if you end up hearing any kind of noise in the background, actually you are hearing my dishwasher because, you know, that's how it goes. You know, I am in a small little apartment. So, but I do have to do my dishes, whether or not I'm having a show or not. But the show must go on even if I'm doing my dishes, right? So, what is up, Nathaniel? What is up? Come and said, I get strikes unless you get the bowling alley ready. You know, yeah, they struck me hard, man. Every time I do anything, every time I throw a fart, man, they turn around and they strike me. Simple as that. Do any kind of music. But I think what really did me in had to have been that Neil Young video. You know, had to have been that Neil Young video because he's walking around. And I think the person actually who put the video up, surprisingly, I'm surprised they're still able to have it up. Hey, what's up, AZ Mick? Left the freaking full soundtrack of Beatles music in the background. You know, so you've got all of that Beatles music in the background. I'm just like, Sgt. Pepper's, come on now. Come on now, Sgt. Pepper's the freaking, it's a stream killer. Just like Lisa. Huh, Lisa? Okay, so you're finished with dinner? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give Lisa a link because I know that everybody loves to see Lisa's pretty face. That's what we tell her anyways. So let me go ahead and put a link out for her. Let me see here. And I was just going to go ahead and send it to you through Messenger along with like some dirty pictures, but you know how that goes. You know how that goes, Lisa. Lisa loves dirty pictures. I was showing Lisa pictures of the new underwear that I want to get. It actually has two different freaking like pouches. It has one for the schlong and one for the peanuts. You know, so you get peanuts and schlong, so it keeps them separate, and it keeps them separate from your body, so it keeps them nice and cool, so they stay nice and fresh. You know, stays nice and fresh and kissable. I know that when I was in late high school, and there she is, and of course she's in avatar mode.
Because I'm trying to find my webcam and putting it on here because it fell off the laptop.
How'd you lose your webcam? What were you doing?
No, it's right. No, because when I was moving stuff, I just stuffed everything on my desk. When I was moving stuff for the bed, She's all, when I was doing my OnlyFans, it dropped. It dropped off of the tripod. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Good.
You're kind of crooked, but okay.
Well, my life is crooked.
When I did the OnlyFans, I fell off the tripod, so.
Yeah, you better not say that because Zeb might want to.
You get crazy with your legs. Man, I got my electric bill, some of my bills in the mail today. I'm thinking about starting my own goddamn OnlyFans.
Yeah.
I'm like, goddamn.
There's a lot of thick people on OnlyFans.
Tell me about it. I was watching that freaking... I'm so fucking late to the party. I don't know if you saw it. Did you see that Pam and Tommy miniseries?
I saw some of it, not all of it.
Hey, Dwayne. Yeah, I started watching it last night. I think I watched like the first 3 episodes. It kind of was grabbing me in, but I was like so tired that I just turned around and I was like, okay, that's enough. I turned around and I turned it off. But man, they really fucking make Tommy Lee look like a fucking jackass.
Yeah, you know what I'm watching right now? I'm watching Reindeer Games.
Oh, are you talking about? Wait, no. Okay, yeah. I was thinking about the one Baby Reindeer. You're watching Reindeer Games.
Baby Reindeers or Reindeer Games. It's one of those names.
Is it the one with the stalker?
Yes.
Oh my God, that's freaking crazy! I watched the whole thing. Whoo! Did you see the interview that she did on Piers Morgan?
Yeah.
There's all kinds of people who are doing reaction videos actually right now online. They're doing reaction videos about whether or not they think she's lying. It's fucking totally obvious that she's lying. I mean, her body language is so fucking off. She's blinking and she's like repeating herself.
She is on something.
Well, there was one person who was turning around and saying, that's supposedly supposed to be like an expert when it comes to, detecting lies and stuff, who was talking about how that it's almost like in lies, it's almost like the rule of comedy. Like the rule of comedy, a joke is only good 3 times, then you have to dismiss it. Well, when you're lying, they say that usually somebody will end up saying it 3 times. And they say the reason why they will repeat it 3 times is because they're pretty much in a way instilling it in their own self that this is true. So they relax more with it or something like that. I forgot what he said. But anyway, she was like hitting all the points that he said. All the things that he was saying, she was like, every single one she was doing it. Dwayne said, I've heard of the people who were involved with Pamela Anderson. Interesting. I mean, the way they made it seem is that, because Seth Rogen is playing the part of a contractor. The contractor that supposedly, I think his name was Austin Moore. Now, they kind of like allude to him being a porn star. Because he knows people in that underground porn star, scene. Yeah. So they kind of allude to it, but they didn't really go in depth with it. Because, he calls the guy that, after he finds the video, and it's just weird that he had to watch the video, I think, first. Yeah. There's no way. I mean, there's a huge, probably, piece of the story missing there. I'm pretty sure what he did was he went ahead and he got the videotape, he watched it and went, holy fuck, and then turned around and took the videotape to the guy. He didn't turn around and find the videotape and say, oh, do you have a Hi 8 player? And can we check it? No, he found out what the tape was. I think we had time. And then called him and was like, dude, I got some shit here. That's what I think basically ended up happening. Oh. But if you really think about it, the video, it's kind of smart the way he sidelined and got around a lot of different ways that he could have been busted by going the route of the internet and letting people purchase it and download it. He got away with it because it was such early days. It was in the early days of the internet, so they didn't really know how to police it. And stuff like that. They didn't really have a way to police it. They didn't really have any laws in place. So he was it was like the Wild Wild West. He was able to get away with it, because he wasn't physically selling it, but he was making fucking money off of it.
I mean, didn't somebody steal the tape and that's how it circulated?
Well, that's what the story is. If you end up watching, it's on what was it on? Is it Hulu? There you go. It's on Hulu.
Yeah, I watched bits and parts of it.
Hey, Paulina.
I didn't realize you guys were streaming.
Yeah, I just went on right now.
We just kind of pop up.
Hey, what is up, Bon? Big Sean, what is up?
Hey.
What is up, Fred? What you doing, man? Yeah, so basically what they ended up showing in the first part of the story is they show that him and another guy were basically contractors and they were doing work on Tommy Lee's house. Tommy Lee was just being a plain fucking dick. Yeah. Turned around and fired the both of them. The guy turns around and goes, okay, well, fuck it, whatever. Turns around and leaves. Turns around, decides he's going to go back and get his tools, which you would think, okay, well, let the guy get his fucking tools. Supposedly, Tommy Lee pulls a fucking shotgun on him, tells him, hey, you left me in a lurch. I paid this much money. You guys, those tools are mine. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of my house. So the guy turns around and goes home, and he's all butthurt, and he's like, starts to devise a plan like, fuck this dude, because Tommy Lee had been showing off all these guns to these fucking LA musicians, been showing off, AK-47, vintage, antique guns, whatever else it may be. So he turns around and goes, okay, I'm going to steal the safe. I'm going to steal the fucking guns. I'm going to sell them, and I'm going to get the money. Yeah. That was his main, objective. He wasn't trying to find that tape. He was trying to get the guns. Yeah. And then also he knew that there was money in the safe also, because Tommy Lee kept cash and stuff like that. It was basically like a big, what do they call it? What do they call them? A flight bag? When they say that people have a flight bag where it's like, if you got to like hurry up and split, it's got money, whatever. So that's what his safe was. So he ends up stealing the safe, and it's just like so fucking comedic. It's Seth Rogen, so he makes everything funny. And he's like stealing it. And he's just such a fuck up. He's such a fuck up. And you're thinking any minute he's going to get caught. Of course, in the story, he does not get caught. He turns around and he steals it. Yeah. He ends up getting away with it. Hey, Tanya Z, what is up? So he turns around, he steals the whole safe, and doesn't even realize he has the videotape. He doesn't even realize he has the videotape. He's running around, and he's like, this is the part where I'm like going, this is a fucking TV movie, definitely. Because he's like selling the guns to pawn shops. I'm sorry, but the guns were pretty rare. I mean, did anybody ever see that movie Wonderland with fucking Val Kilmer? No. Well, anyway, he plays John Holmes in that movie. Well, there's one part of that movie where they turn around and they steal a bunch of guns, and the first thing that they end up saying in that movie is that the guns were too high profile. You cannot pawn them. Because everyone's going to be looking for them as soon as they're gone. So that was the first thing I was thinking when he's trying to like run around and pawn them, and he's selling them like they're nothing. Well, anyway, afterthought, he turns around, he's sitting there, and he's like, drinking and smoking weed, having a good time because he has all this money. He steps on the tape. It's a high 8 tape. And he's like, oh, well, what the fuck's this? And that's when he ends up finding it, Yeah, Wonderland is a fucking killer flick. It totally fucking is. Yeah. Totally fucking is. Well, thank you, Tanya. Tanya says, you're a freaking blast. Tanya, you're a blast. You're crazy. Love you.
Yeah, I don't know you very well, but yeah.
Dalton C. Are you talking about Salton Sea, actually, Fred? Salton Sea is pretty fucking awesome.
You know what I want to watch?
It's all a bunch of tweakers.
You know what I want to watch, and I've been hearing about it for years and years, and I finally think I'm going to watch it, is Sons of Anarchy.
You've never watched Sons of Anarchy? Wait, no. Okay, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but I've always said it's like The Sopranos on motorcycles. So if you like The Sopranos, you're going to like...
I watched the first seasons of Soprano because my dad used to be into it.
Hi, Belle. Tanya, sorry, go ahead.
I went to Sons of Anarchy, and I still haven't, even though the only thing I've ever seen of Sons of Anarchy is one of my favorite actors, Walton Goggins. He plays a transgender woman named, and she falls in love with Kim Coates' character. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I was like, this is like so amazing that like they did this thing for the show where they introduced a transgender character, and how this macho kind of looking guy falls in love with her. Considering that he might be in front of the crew, but they accepted it. It was beautiful.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, also, it's like that was. If that show came out and did that today, it would be okay. It would be, people wouldn't like blink an eye at it. But we're talking that was like almost like a decade ago, maybe.
Yeah,
it's almost a decade ago now. So it was a different time. So people were not as accepting back then. I mean, but nowadays you'd probably be able to get away with it. But back then, most definitely not. But the thing is with Kim Coates is like with Tiggs, his character, they always made his character like he was a little bit off. Yeah. So I think that's the reason why they chose his character for it. Which is kind of like, that's fucked up. Okay, so you got to pick the one that you think's a little bit off to be the one who's going to be the trans, instead of being one of the ones who's more straight or whatever. But it is what it is. At least they got the storyline done, and they got it.
Well, the beautiful thing that is that they shared a scene, and I think they were in the dark, and Venus was like, you know what? The thing about you is like, you're a man to be running around with the freaks. And I see that in you, but you're like, I'm for someone like you who's looking for someone who is outside the box. I'm someone who's trying to be more inside the box. Yeah. So they sort of make that kind of thing where like, yeah, like you are the king of the freaks, but I do not want to be seen as one of your freaks.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of LGBTQ shows, one of my absolute favorite shows is Queer as Folk.
Guinness, not sponsored.
Queer as Folk. If anybody needs a good LGBT
Guinness, not sponsored. I wish, but
Body Armor Water.
There you go, Body Armor Water, not sponsored.
Also, if you want to be really fucked up in life, you really.
Hey Tim.
Tell you
Hey
what
Tim,
it is.
go ahead and grab the link, Tim. Come up.
It's called 6 Feet Under. There, that's all.
6 Feet Under, fucking awesome show. I watch it. 6 Feet Under is like Sopranos. Every so many years, maybe even once a year, I like totally revisit it and I like binge the whole thing all the way through.
Oh, that show.
Yeah, 6 Feet Under. Yeah, that one and Sopranos, most definitely.
Yeah.
Time to see. Cheers to you. I heard he was originally supposed to be that Dom dude in 50 Shades of Grey. Yeah, Charlie Hunnam had said that he didn't want to play that character because he was afraid that he was going to get role casted, or he was going to typecasted,
like Robert Pattinson.
But what has he really done? Since it's kind of like he should have took it. I mean, did it do anything really negative for the other guy's career that did it?
No,
didn't do anything positive really, but but didn't do anything negative. It's like I think Charlie Hunnam would have, but Charlie Hunnam saying this when remember Queer as Folk. Do you remember Queer as Folk? You remember the American one? Okay, well, there was the British one. Charlie Hunnam played the role of Sunshine in the British version.
Yeah.
So, and he played this little, like, innocent blonde, gay boy.
Yeah.
On Queer as Folk BBC. So it's like, so for him to turn around and say, oh, no, I'm afraid if I do this part, it's going to go ahead, it's going to typecast. No, he should have took it.
I mean, I've seen the UK version, but I like the US version of Queer as Folk. I just the love story between Justin and Brian. It's just I love it. I need to rewatch that TV show again. Every so often, I like to revisit it.
Well, he was Tanya. Actually, he was that guy in the movie The Ledge. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think in at the end of it, both the guy that was in 50 Shades as well as Dakota hated being in that movie.
Well, you get typecast. Think about Twilight. Robert Pattinson and Kristen, what's her name? Her last name. I forgot her last name. They're always gonna. Yeah, they're always gonna be remembered for.
Yeah, they're always gonna be. Yeah, they're always gonna be Edward and Bella, most definitely.
I mean, if you've seen the movie, there's a scene in that movie that made me laugh my ass off. I won't tell you, but you gotta watch the movie.
I don't know. I think when it comes to Kristen Stewart, I just think she's now sort of typecast as now the butch lesbian.
Yeah, but she was good. She was good in that movie Spencer, the one about Diana.
She was good as Joan Jett in The Runaways.
I don't know. It's just
she was. She looked like Joan Jett.
She did, but is she a great actress?
Speaking of actors who look like famous people, like other people. Okay, the Amy Winehouse movie.
Yeah.
Okay, I was watching a video that was done today by a chick whose name is I shouldn't say a chick. I'm sorry, it's so fucking misogynistic. Sorry, people. By a content creator on YouTube who is called Michelle Platty. Yeah. Michelle Platty, she did this thing that was supposed to be about different music conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
And she was talking about Amy Winehouse. First, she started off talking about Lady Gaga. Okay, now, when she started talking about Lady Gaga and she started talking about Amy Winehouse, it kind of perked my ears up. Now, she says the way the conspiracy theory goes is that a lot of people think that Amy Winehouse is Lady Gaga. Now, I know a lot of you are saying, get the fuck out of here. I know a lot of people saying, get the fuck out of here. But she was showing pictures of like Lady Gaga and Amy Winehouse side by side. Goddamn. And then they were saying how is it? It's really strange that Lady Gaga has such a close relationship with Tony Bennett, just the way that Amy Winehouse did. Like they continued their relationship, their friendship, like Amy Winehouse never died. And then also they were saying that Lady Gaga, she was pegged to play Amy Winehouse, and that she refused, and her team fought up and down for her not to play Amy Winehouse. And they think the reason why is because they said if she had played Amy Winehouse, people would have been like, it would have like blown the whole thing.
I mean, but Lady Gaga's good in her own right. Mm-hmm. I liked her in A Star Is Born. I liked her in American Horror Story, and I liked her in The House of Gucci. I thought she did good in The House of Gucci.
I don't know. That would have been hard to sell because Amy Winehouse has that kind of gap in her teeth.
Yeah.
That can be fixed though. They call it diastema, you know, and I mean, like they told me with my diastema, I've had it for years, and they turned around and told me that I could have it fixed. You know, it only costs you a couple of grand to have it fixed. You know, so it's like they can turn around and fix. So I don't know. It just it's all bullshit. Probably it's just stuff for you chewing gum for the brain. You know, and you're just kind of like, oh, that just makes, you know. So they did that one, and they were talking about the 27 Club.
Yeah.
Mr. Tim Allen, what's happening, Timmy. Mr. Tim Allen?
Timmy, we miss you.
Hey, Tim.
How you feeling today, man?
Yeah.
Cool. No, we were talking about. I was talking about this chick, Michelle Platty, how she does this. She was doing this music conspiracy episode about like different conspiracy theories. Of course, she did the whole Tupac, P. Diddy shit, which I lost interest. I was like,
yeah.
You know, because what's different on that? You know, nothing different. But the one that she did about Amy Winehouse and Lady Gaga maybe being the same person kind of made me go, No. It was like one of those things that make you go,
I used to think, this is weird. I used to think, I mean, I never cared, but I used to think I didn't get Lady Gaga at all. I didn't get why people found her attractive or anything. And now she's doing this, one of her like medicine commercials. I don't even know what one it is, with a bunch of models and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like, she's with all these drop dead gorgeous models. And she's the best looking one of all of them. I'm like, how did she do that?
I mean, because if you think about it, Tim, a lot of these models are just very unique looking. You don't have to be super pretty to be a model.
Well, that's the thing about her. She's very unique looking too.
Yeah, but
she could never be a model or anything. But
I mean, I think that Lady Gaga's got a unique look to her.
Well, the thing about Lady Gaga is that when we first saw her, when she started coming out with Let's Dance and Poker Face and all that kind of stuff, she was like wearing all the weird kind of stuff. So she was like really like heavy like on the makeup and trying to be like a David Bowie-ish kind of person. But when you finally saw her without the makeup, looking very homesome like she did at the beginning of The Star Is Born, I realized, like, holy fuck, she is a very beautiful woman. I was like, I fell in love with her at that point. I was like, she is beautiful when she doesn't have all the weird shit going on her. Like, she is like.
I'm not gonna disagree with that, Vinyl Gorilla, because I've seen a couple videos online of her in concert, and she's practically wearing nothing. And I'm like, don't a lot of kids go see her? What is it she put something on? I'm like, I don't get that whole thing happening now anyway. Most people have women in the world wearing their own things. I don't get it.
Remember this iconic look?
Oh my goodness. Wait, so let me blow it up. Oh, the meat dress. Carne asada. Carne asada.
Yeah.
Get some tortillas. And of course, now Lisa's going to make that her background. There you go.
No, I'm changing. I just wanted to show that.
I was about to say, she's the meat and you're the mushroom.
No, you remember when she dressed up as an egg? You remember when she dressed up as an egg and she went to the Grammys and they had to go carry her egg? I'm not kidding.
Lisa's winning the green screen battle tonight.
Well, thank you, Rice Patty. I appreciate the support.
Going back to this, though, they mentioned that actually in her video. She mentions it. She says that supposedly lots of neighbors, the night that Amy Winehouse died, said they heard a lot of weird drumming, and that supposedly, here we go, scare tactics for people that are into music. They said that people who sell their souls to the Illuminati have to give their life to Satan when they turn 27 for their success. I'm like, that makes no sense, man. When you're in the middle of your success, when you're at your peak, then you're going to turn around and be like, okay, take me.
No.
I don't think so. I'm like, it doesn't make any sense to me, but, it is what it is. Dobby, you work tomorrow. Tanya, I like a good salami and pant and thin turkey. Okay. Cool.
I like a good gabagool.
She says, I removed that last comment of mine.
I have no idea what she was talking about, man.
I think that was for the DoorDash person. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's like, oh no, that was for you guys. That was for the DoorDash guys. She said, "I's a bad girl."
I don't really do DoorDash, but hey, I feel like some. Nope.
I do once in a while, and I'm really, really, really lazy. But usually, when I'm really, really lazy, I just go ahead and order pizza anyway, so I don't have to go through DoorDash anyway.
I mean, come on! I got 2 McDonald's within bus distance of me. Why'd I need to do DoorDash?
They've made it difficult to order a freaking pizza though nowadays, man. Now you have to go through the app, and do you have coupons? You got to do this, you got to do that, and then if they don't deliver the pizza right, then you have to call like 3 different numbers to get it corrected, and then they got to like call 3 different people, and then like an hour and a half later they bring your correct pizza, and you know then they want to take pictures of the pizza that they fucked up, and it's just
no. I don't deal with DoorDash.
Made life so much easier.
Yeah, I know. It's like, it doesn't make life easier. I remember it was easy. You just called the dumb kid going, "Hi, Pizza Hut, how can I help you?" Be like, "Oh, can I have an extra large pan? Extra cheese, sausage?" "Okay." And they would send it out, you know?
Whatever happened to instant gratification, too?
Yeah.
You know, everybody shops online now, and, only 7 days later, you have it in your hand. When you used to be able to go to a store and 5 minutes later you're home with it, whatever you wanted so badly, and I don't understand.
Unless you're pre-ordering a record from the Beatles or some other band, then also you get your record about 2 weeks after everybody else has gotten it from the store.
Oh, whoa. Remember Beatle Brad ordered that one Ringo LP? It was either the first or EP, the first or second. I think it was the first one. He was one of the first people to pre-order it, and he literally got it 10 months later. 10 months after the release date. Not after he ordered it. 10 months after the release date it showed up.
Everybody's got it, and they're listening to it, and they're like, "What a great album!" I wouldn't know.
For almost a year. I mean, he forgot about it, and it showed up one day, and he's like, "What the hell?"
Yeah.
Everybody's like, "That EP is awesome."
I mean,
that EP's awesome. He's like, "I wouldn't know."
I mean, that does happen, you know. But
I bought one from like import CDs or something for like probably 70% off, and had it way before Beatle Brad had his that he pre-ordered.
Yeah, I don't pre-order a lot of things. I don't pre-order a lot of things anymore. I'm kind of like, my money right now. Let's be honest. My money right now is going to 2 boys in August. Tyler Joseph and Joshua.
Oh yeah, 21 Pilots.
For the concert.
It's funny because I was like driving back from the market today, and so I turned around and I like turned on Messenger and I called Lisa and I was like telling her, we were discussing like the whole pre-order thing, and I was telling her, I said, "Well, I said I'm not much of a pre-order person," and I said I already know that Paulina and her are pre-order people, that they like to pre-order and stuff. And I was like, I don't know, it's just me, that I just don't buy into the FOMO like that, Yeah, it's just and also it's like I said, it's like I told Lisa, I said, I make decent money, but if I went for every freaking pre-order there was, I'd be broke. It was because there's a lot of them I've wanted.
Let me clarify about the pre-order thing. I do that for certain artists, and there are other artists I'll wait around, and then I'll get their album later on in the year. Not every artist I do pre-orders for, because there are some artists I know that their album's going to be available throughout the year on a black variant. So I'm not too concerned about that. But yes, for 21 Pilots, I did the FOMO. I did that for them. But for most artists, I'm like, I can wait. And with records being like $50,
you do a lot of pre-orders, Lisa.
For certain artists.
The thing with me about pre-orders is that I do things in a way that it's very, very financially God, what's the word for it? Let's say, for instance, I pre-ordered the Billie Eilish new album.
Financially comfortable because you spread over payments. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, that's what I do, because a lot of the sites do PayPal, and the thing with PayPal is it allows you to do like 4 installments. So therefore, if the order comes out to $50 or $40, you're only paying like $10 every 2 weeks. So it's not like you're paying the whole tamale right then and there.
Yeah,
it puts you onto a payment plan. So therefore, it allows you to really break it up financially, and so that's how I'm able to do all that kind of stuff. Is like I just use that
that cool for payment plan thing, and it works.
I mean, you did get me. You did get me because I ordered something from one of the guys from One Direction. So you did get me.
Oh, good.
Look,
Tanya Z said, you went to the market? Yes, I'm a little piggy and I went to market.
Plus, also, I need to say that I really do not have a record store around me, unlike the two people on top. So
yeah, to answer your question, Dusty, I do a lot of pre-orders for artists that I really love. I don't just go and do pre-orders for artists that I don't care about. It's artists that I really, really love. So yeah.
Well, I don't understand the point of it. I really don't.
Well,
I pre-ordered the Beetle Mono box. I think that's the only thing I've ever pre-ordered.
Okay, what I did not pre-order was Now and Then by the Beatles because they had so many variants. I was like, I can get it at a later time. So I got it.
Who was he who said that? Like,
did not order online. Order it like the day it comes out or something. You're gonna get it as soon as the pre-order.
But with the price of records.
Maybe quicker because it's a new order and they've got it in where they're still processing all the pre-orders because there's thousands of them. But you order it the day it comes out, you might get it before the people.
I mean, would you guys agree with me? With the price of new records, you find yourself buying less records?
Oh, I haven't bought a new record. Well, I did. I bought that. But I haven't bought anything else. And
I buy a lot of used. That's why I was actually discussing with Lisa today. I was telling her, I was like, I buy a lot of used. Now, I mean, of course, new albums, like when Clancy comes out, I'm going to go buy a copy of it. I'm getting to the point now. I don't know if it's just because of my age, but I'm just not concerned with getting that special colored splattered blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
If I get the black copy, I'm fine. If I get a splatter copy, that's fine,
No offense to anybody that's not. But, once upon a time, colored vinyl variants and stuff were the same price as a black
They
record.
were.
Yeah.
And, they were cool then. But now they've become almost fashion to me.
Yeah.
It is fashionable.
I don't care. Give me the record. I don't care what color it is. If it's red, great. If it's black, great.
Well, you see the thing about it, Tim, is with certain artists, I don't care. I'm just like, if I see the album at a record store, which, yes, I know I live by the biggest record store, people remind me, but if I see an artist and I like their record, I don't care what variant it is, because sometimes when you really want an album, you're not focused on, is it a color variant? Because I have a lot of albums in my collection, I just wanted it. I didn't care what the variant was. I was just like, I want it for my collection, so I bought it.
Because Lisa plays that whole game where she turns around and she goes, so no, I don't have to I don't pre-order it. And then she turns around and goes, and then she'll do it. My pre-order came in.
Look. Let me tell you something. Let me clarify myself, Jack Black, Latino Jack Black. Let me clarify. First off, I do pre-orders for my favorite artists, not every single artists that I like, just my favorites.
Like One Direction.
Yes, One Direction, 21 Pilots, Noah Kahan.
And sorry, the Smiths are not on that list.
That's why she got muted right now.
Okay, Jerry Garcia, I see where you're at.
Just starting with the Jerry. I don't have the full beard anymore. When it goes into summer, you already know. In summer, you've known me long enough, Lisa. Summer, we go into goatee mode. It's more stealthy and it's nice and cool. We go into winter, full beard comes out, kind of like you.
That's a good one. I have no beard. That's a good one, Tanya.
I'm just kidding. So thanks, love. Kim said heart. Here you go, heart. Tanya said, and I have 2 VHS tapes, Pink Floyd, The Wall, and the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Do you have one of the original red ones? I remember I had one of the original red ones. I paid $80. Speaking of fucking FOMO, and now I'm going to fucking sell myself out. But I was a young kid. I was stupid. I think I bought, like, when it first came out on VHS, and they had, like, special, like, tapes that were, like, red colored and stuff like that. I think I spent, like, $80 on it when it first came out, was officially released on VHS. Whoa. Yeah. There you go. Exactly right, Jesse. There you go. Because if otherwise, like during the summer, if I have a full beard, it's like I get all these weird like rashes underneath and stuff, and it's bad enough that you get food in it and stuff like that, and you constantly have to brush it, and You don't want to like kiss some chick and she's like, oh yeah, McDonald's, huh? Yeah, well, yeah, I did. Thanks for the French fry. You're welcome. I think you all up on pound would be more comfortable if you removed your shirts. Damn, Tanya, this ain't a Tanya stream. That's a Tanya stream.
No thanks.
Tanya's like, everybody get naked. That's a Tanya stream.
We're not trying to lose viewers here, Tanya.
Pachuco in the summer, full beard in the winter. Said you're welcome. Let me see. Oh, Pauline Angel said, I'm not wearing a bra, Tanya, but if you want, you can see without a shirt. Subscribe to my OnlyFans. Yeah, we all have an OnlyFans up here, Tanya.
Yeah, my OnlyFans is me eating tacos and Subway.
Groovy Lisa's got a good one. Groovy Lisa's like, she's got like 15,000 subscribers.
I eat Italian subs. I eat
all
Italian
Zeb.
subs.
Yeah.
It's Zeb. Yeah. It's Zeb. 85 accounts of cap. And that's it.
There we go.
Because for Zeb is like Depeche Mode. You just can't get enough.
Oof.
Yeah, Zeb. Yeah. Yeah, and Tim, Tim just reacts to Wood Girl on his OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Kimba is like, Tanya is naughty. You have not seen one of her streams. Oh, Tanya is something else, especially when she starts hitting it. Whoo, I love her streams. She starts talking so much shit. She was like too much. It's like, I remember like one of the first times I went down there, she's like, so what's that dick do? I was like, Jesus Christ, really?
Do not post your link here.
What's up with that dick?
Because Cap will subscribe with his 86
Tanya's the shit. Tanya's a bra. What is a bra? Oh, I remember those. I haven't worn a bra in years. In eons. I set the hostage free.
Not me.
Okay, we got a bunch of bra burners in here. Okay, so got some 60s people in here, I'm assuming.
I don't wear one either.
Yeah. I probably should be wearing one, but, They were getting Stockholm Syndrome. They were getting Stockholm Syndrome.
A couple of months ago, I had a black bra, but that's a different thing.
There we go. They're so uncomfortable. I wish I was flat chested, but I didn't need to wear one when I go out. I was watching a home makeover show and they were talking about naughty holes on the way table, but the CC said naughty holes.
just be glad, Belle. I wish I had some big boobs, man.
Tanya, thank you. I do believe my titties are magnificent. I do believe they are. It's really funny because when I was a young kid, when I was a young man, I used to. This is like really funny because I had a girlfriend I had fairly recently, about 5-6 years ago. She was trying to change, and she wanted me to help her take off her bra. And I tried to do the trick where I used to be able to undo a bra with one hand. I totally used to be able to do it. I would go ahead. I knew how to put my finger in there. I knew how to squeeze it and just undo it. I tried doing it, and I swear to God, my fingers locked up. And I'm too old. I can't do that shit. I'm like Sanford. I'm like Fred Sanford. My arthritis. I can't do that with my arthritis.
Nah.
I can't do it anymore. I'm just like I got to use both hands, or just pull it up.
Yeah.
Let me see. He said females and males alike. What was your CC on? CC on? My CC? My what?
Closed caption.
I don't know. I have no idea. Let me see. Dobby, I was at the dentist and they had a TV. Oh, okay, there you go. All right. Welcome to Fort Knox.
I was at the dentist today too, and they were doing a special on bidets.
What?
No, because it was the news, and they were talking about bidets. Don't ask.
Like I said, that old commercial by Minolta where it'd say, "In the mind of Minolta." It's the same thing with Lisa. It's all, "In the mind of Lisa."
Hey, it was not, I was not lying, okay? I was sitting there and I was like, why are we watching a thing about bidets?
Dusty Spitz is an old player. I'm 52. I've seen some action, but gotta accept it's winding down. It's over. The party's over. Tiny said, welcome to Fort Knox. Are you talking about your bra or are you talking about your panties? Because some women say that Fort Knox is their panties. Ain't nobody getting in here.
Or the Wild Wild West.
The Wild Wild West. Although I've heard Tanya on some of her streams. I know those panties ain't Fort Knox. Not for the right guy, right, Tanya? So Tanya's, I'm just looking for love.
Belle. Dusty is not that old, but here, I'm gonna have to show this before our stream gets a little too raunchy. There you go.
I was about to bring up the Partridge Family because I don't know if did you ever message Tim about that one girl's channel that I told you all about?
No, I didn't actually. But I did actually find her Facebook, and I messaged her. And she had turned around and she's all, that sounds wonderful. And I was talking to her for a little bit, and I was like starting to catch from talking to her that she's just like, she's probably watching right now. If you're watching, I mean, no offense, but I was like I was catching from her. I was like, oh my goodness, you're like so going to be like freaking terrified when you get up here. I was like, you're going to get up here and be like, oh, wow, okay, well, really? Yeah, okay. Because I mean, she's a very sweet lady. She's a very sweet lady. She's older, but she's this channel, Tim, and she is a major Partridge Family collector.
Oh wow!
She collects T-shirts. She has all the lunch pails, the mugs, everything. She collects everything, all vintage. Not even new stuff whenever it does come out, but she has like all the color forms, and she does these videos about each item.
New Partridge Family stuff coming out.
Yeah, that's what she was saying. She was like saying that most of the stuff that she ends up finding is just like it's like in such bad condition, But she says once in a while she comes across something that's like in good condition. But
if she's listening, I started this whole thing on the internet. That was me.
She was talking about how excited she was that she found a David Cassidy color form set that was still sealed, because she said for years she had one that was missing pieces and blah 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 whatever else, and she was saying she found one that was sealed. She was like all excited about this David Cassidy set, and then she was like talking about the lunch pails, and she's saying none of the lunch pails survived. The thing that I don't remember about that she said was, I don't know if it was a back east thing, but she was saying that her original Partridge Family, there's Paulina. She's back. Her original Partridge Family lunch pail was metal. It was the original thermos one.
They all were back then.
Yeah.
In fact, lunch pails didn't come out till the mid 70s at the earliest.
Yeah, but then she turned around and she said that she said a lot of the lunch pails did not make it, of course, because, kids were, the way they treated them and everything else. But she said in 1974 that they discontinued letting kids use metal lunchboxes because they weren't safe, because they were cutting themselves on them. Kids were hitting other kids with them, blah, blah, blah. I don't remember them ending in 74, because I remember in 78 all the way up to like 1980, 81. I still had metal lunch pails. I had like Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back.
Just, county by county, school district by school district kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't remember them ending either, but I would have been, at that. Well, I wouldn't have been in 74. I never had a lunchbox. I carried a bag lunch, but, I was what?
Me too.
74, 13, 14.
It's a thing, Fred. It's a thing, Fred. It's a thing. I don't have mine. I've been unprepared the past couple of streams, but usually we keep like a Partridge Family record nearby, because that was the way that Tim used to tell us when we were going off topic and we were being stupid. He'd be like, "Oh, hey, look, a record," and then it turned into, "Hey, look, a Partridge Family record," and that would be like, "Okay, it's time to come back."
That was just a record. I invented that on a private. Well, it was actually a public stream with a bunch of friends, and people were showing things, and as a joke, I showed this one right here, this Partridge Family CD that I made, and it got a laugh, ha! And then like 10 minutes later, I get a private message from one of the people on the chat, show the Partridge Family CD again. So I showed it again, and then I got a message a few minutes later from another person on the panel, a private message, show the Partridge Family. So I did it like 3 or 4 times on that stream, and then the next stream, as a joke, I showed it again, and that was it. From that point on, I had to show it in every stream.
Yeah, you have to. Like, if someone talks about James McCartney,
which is great. I think it's great, because I've seen people bought albums, T-shirts. I see people in Partridge Family T-shirts that would never own a Partridge Family T-shirt if it wasn't for me starting that.
Yeah,
I'm like, that's cool. You
know what though, Tim? I was trying to look.
He's one of the people. He's one of the conspirators.
You know, I was trying to look it up though. Oh, there you go, Stephen Schnee.
Yeah, he's one of them.
He says, "I have a Tim Allen color form set. I especially love how it comes with an optional broken arm that matches most of the outfits."
Yeah.
I have Evel Knievel Snake River Rocket Electric Toothbrush. Sweet. Mick, did you see that Knievel movie? I've seen one of his bikes at a museum recently too. You know, I used to have the freaking motorcycle. And I remember I had a couple of them. I had like the Marauder and I had this other one, but I had the Evel Knievel one that you put the doll on. And you would wind him up, and then you would pull the lever back and he would take off. I love that thing. And then my cousin figured out a way that he would go ahead and he would wind it up and then he'd pull it off and he'd like rub it against my skin. He was such a bastard.
I remember my parents
such a bastard.
I remember my parents bought me this black tricycle. My parents bought me this black tricycle with yellow wheels, and I thought I was the coolest kid. I was like, ooh, I could be a stunt driver. I don't remember who made the bicycle, but it was so cool.
But what happened before I went away, what happened was like I bumped into this girl's channel, and the thing was like I think about back in April, they did something in San Bernardino at the California Music Hall of Fame, and they were recognizing David Cassidy, but they totally subbed the whole thing when it came to him because they had a speech already prepared for the person that was going to do the speech, and apparently she was some type of DJ from K-Rock. I don't know who she is. I never heard of her before. And instead of reading the speech that she was supposed to read, she read out of a Wikipedia page. And she was mentioning like, you know, stuff like, oh, David Cassidy, like, you know, he was like, you know, he was an alcoholic, he was a drug user and stuff like that. He had like all these health problems, and everybody was like, what the fuck are you saying? That wasn't the speech that we gave you. And so this girl totally pissed off like a lot of people. And then the second thing that happened was that they're going to have somebody go up there to sing a song that represented that artist. And, you know, David Cassidy and Partridge Family, they had like a lot of amazing songs. You know, they had, I Think I Love You, I Woke Up and Love This Morning, One of these nights, and all these great songs, Echo Valley 26809. And but this guy went out there singing Go Now, the Moody Blues song, because apparently David Cassidy did a cover of it. And I'm like, if you were gonna do like a song that David Cassidy did a cover, at least do Cherish.
Exactly, you know, or he did Breaking Up Is Hard to Do. The Partridge Family started doing covers towards the end. They could do one of those.
Yeah.
You know.
And so this lady did like a video on it, and I was like, that is so sad that they did that. And so she provided a number that you could call. And so I talked to the girl that worked for the thing, and I talked to her and I said, like, you know, this may sound weird. I'm a 40-year-old fan of the I'm 40 years old, and I'm a fan of the Partridge Family, and you're like, I may seem in the young side, but I grew up listening to Partridge Family albums, and I love, like, you know, the first one, and, you know, I've learned like a lot of songs on the guitar and bass, and, you know, and it's really sad that, you know, people that will, like, you know, do this to David Cassidy. He did not deserve this. And she said, you know what? I'm also 40 years old as well, and I love the Partridge Family too. And I was like, oh, that's so great to me, like another young person who loves the Partridge Family.
Well, I was staying with my mother. There was nothing on in the daytime, and one day a week, I don't know what, Thursday maybe, I don't know, the show would come on called How It Really Happened. And it would cover serial killers and all these awful people. I'm watching it one day, and How It Really Happened, the David Cassidy story. And I'm like, what the hell is David Cassidy doing on this thing with axe murderers? And he had a problem with alcohol. That's about it. That's really it.
Wasn't it basically heart attack? That was it?
Alcohol. I don't get why they need to do one of these shows about it.
I thought it was basically a heart attack, natural causes, treating his body bad.
I think he died of septic shock. Yeah, he treated his
body bad from drinking. That's basically it. That's basically all he did. He drank himself to death. And it's sad, but a lot of people drunk themselves to death. And
yeah, because I mean, he was like really bloated at the end.
Yeah,
I didn't get it.
Yeah, because he was like really, his face was like bloated and stuff like that. They were talking about like, fast forward to today, Selena Gomez. They were talking about her face. And they were talking about how like bloated her face, and they were like, leave her alone because she had that organ transplant, so she's taking that medication that's making her face really puffy and really fat.
Yeah, she's got lupus.
Yeah, and they're like wondering whether or not, is her career going to be able to get back on track? And it's like, she's talented. Her career will get back on track. She's just not going to look the same like she did before, I think.
I mean, people have to realize that, when you get older, your body's change. You're not going to look like the same like you did in your 20s. And Selena Gomez, she's doing what's that show? She's doing a reboot of I can't remember the name of the show, but she's doing a reboot of that Disney show of hers.
Well, people get older. Some people get heavier. Some people get gray hair. Some people grow mushrooms on their head. It happens.
Hey, I got white hair. I got white hair when I was 30.
About life before MTV is you knew what your artist looked like pretty much by the album cover, or if a single had a picture sleeve, or a band magazine or something. You didn't, and it didn't matter. AM radio played people from the age of 15 to 60.
That's right, Kimba.
And that doesn't. MTV came along and suddenly you had to be in your 20s, and that's it. That's the only, and.
I've never bought her before.
Once you hit 30,
Yeah.
Oh, hey, what's up, Ivor Becton? I did not even see you in here. What is up, Ivor? Long time no see, man. Long time no see.
Ivor.
Kimba, I know she's talking about Selena Gomez, but I was watching another video because that's what I do when I have nothing else to do. Is I watch YouTube videos. I was watching another one where they it was supposed to be like famous celebrities open caskets. Because I look at morbid shit like that all the time. So they were talking about like all the different, like they showed like how horrible some people looked, when they, it's like, why would they open the casket, Like Elvis looked like he was sleeping, looked like he was sleeping. That did not even look like it was a real body.
No, James looked wax. I've seen pictures.
Yeah, it did not look real. James Brown looked horrible. Chuck Berry looked horrible. B.B. King, all these people looked horrible. Aretha Franklin, at least they gave her enough dignity where they shot her from the head up. You didn't really see her face.
Yeah.
But Selena, the Tejano singer.
Yeah.
She looked like she was sleeping.
Wow.
She just totally looked like she was sleeping. Oh, there you go. Yeah, she looked like she just went to go lay down. Like, oh, I'm taking a nap between shows. Call me for the next show.
I mean,
that's what she looked like, makeup and everything.
There's people that they pay to actually do people's makeup for funerals. I don't know what their exact title is, but they pay them to do that. That's their specialty.
That's part of what a funeral parlor does.
Yeah, I mean... I mean, I'll admit it. I watched the morbid shit too. I watched, stuff about morticians and how they lay people to rest. And then I saw this one documentary about this woman. Her job is to make people beautiful when they pass away. So what she does is she puts the makeup on for them. And some lady, I think, in the documentary said, "You made my mom look beautiful," and I appreciate it.
Kimba has a point, though. I mean, I haven't been to that many funerals, but I've been to a few, and I hate it when people walk up and look at the dead person and go, "Don't they look great?" They're dead.
No, my. I'll be really honest with you. My uncle.
It's not their finest hours. Look so much better than they did when they were alive. No.
Yeah.
God,
no. They don't look great. My uncle looked horrible when he passed.
Great. They're dead.
But then also, I don't know if this is going to sound like morbid conversation too, but have you ever had I'm one of those people. I'm sorry, I'm one of those people. Have you ever had those people that like go up to the coffin and they like look at the work and they're kind of like, damn, considering how he died, he looks pretty damn good, don't you think? We've done it. I did this one funeral because I did this one funeral because we knew this kid, unfortunately. He was a younger kid. He was probably in his like early 20s. He had an unfortunate run-in with the police. Police chased him. He ran onto the freeway. He got hit by cars on the freeway. He basically got pinballed all along the freeway. a lot of damage to the body. We went to the funeral because he was a friend of my son's and stuff. And when we went to go see him in the casket, I was like, you could tell he used to wear these shades all the time. So they put the shades on him, which obviously they put the shades on him probably too because they were trying to cover something up also. But he looked pretty damn good considering, which the damage I know that his body had gone through. Well, because I knew that he had gotten hit in the head by cars and everything else. I was like,
there's wax and other compounds that you can do a lot if with the right person.
Yeah, the embalming fluid to make it look.
Funeral parlors, it's like going and getting your hair done. There are people that are great at it, and there are people that are not so great at it. Well, the same thing with funeral homes.
Sometimes it can. Amazing. They can only do so much. Like when I remember when my mother passed away. She passed away. She had jaundice. She had really bad jaundice. She had a bad liver and stuff like that. And basically, she turned yellow. So what had happened was they said that they had this chemical that they could put into her that would rejuvenate her skin color, And they had told me, of course, it was going to be at an extra cost. And of course, I was like, all right, this bill's already freaking high as it is. Luckily, I had a little nest egg, because I was making good money. I was, had just started with rolling and stuff. So I was making good. So I was like, okay, let's just do it. And he's like, okay, well, I want to show you what the original chemical had done. He's all, would you mind coming in? I was like, I don't want to go in there to my mother's body. And for some reason, I just went in there and he showed me how this chemical had made her arm turn like green. Like Incredible Hulk green. He just showed me her arm. And he's all, if I don't use this other chemical that I need to charge you for, he's all, we're not going to be able to do an open casket. And I was like, okay, just do it. Go ahead, do it. Just do it. Okay. But, yeah, so, the restorative nature, some of these guys, what they do is pretty fucking phenomenal. Yep. What they do is pretty phenomenal. Considering that some of the conditions that they get these bodies in, and stuff like that, so.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm sorry you lost your husband. I'm sorry, Bill.
Sorry, definitely. Bill. For your loss.
Dwayne said, I've been to many funerals, and there were ones that were closed casket ones because of how they died, which is sad. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you end up getting, going back to, like we were saying, watching 6 Feet Under, sometimes you do get a young, hot shot, funeral, director who decides that they want to go ahead and they want to make that their magnum opus. They want to do the whole repair, and stuff like that, and they want to make the body viewable and stuff like that. And they do a good job and stuff like that. And then you have other ones who are kind of like, I'm not going to be able to do this, so it's like, we're gonna have to close the casket and stuff like that,
Yeah.
Or sometimes it's cost prohibitive.
Yeah.
Really, how important is it? Is it is it $10,000 important? The 200 people that go to your mother's funeral, see her.
Yeah.
If it is, then spend the money. But if it's not, if you just, I don't mean to be brusque here, but after it's done, you're either throwing them in a flame or you're burying them in the ground, and nobody's never going to eat again. I look at it that way.
The thing is, in my family, it's like I've changed my mind because before it's like I went with like what the family used to do, that we all were, we all got embalmed, we all got buried, we all have plots, and stuff like that. And it's like I think the past maybe like 5 years, I turned around and I said, I don't know if that's what I want to do. It's like I think it would be best if I just went ahead and got cremated. I get cremated. You guys can go ahead and do a memorial for me. Put me in separate urns. That way my sons can get a piece of me. My daughter can get a piece of me. They can put me up on the counter. And it's like, I was discussing it with my daughter not too long ago. And I told her, I really wish I had done that with my parents. Because I was like, I'd be able to see both my parents every day. They'd be in the urn. I'd be able to be like, hey mom, hey dad, they're right there, keep them up on the mantelpiece, some people might be like, oh, you don't do it that way. But to me, it's like, it seems like it makes more sense now.
No, we did that with my uncle because it was so much cheaper.
Yeah.
And we gave him to his son. When he passed away, his son got to have the urn.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that actually ends up hurting the most when you're at a funeral is when you're walking away and you're leaving them behind. Yeah. And I think this way it's like you're still taking them with you.
When my father died,
Mm-hmm.
I kept it together. I kept it together until they closed the casket. Then it was final, and then I lost.
I know how you feel when my uncle was sent over to
I couldn't be a
cremation.
pallbearer. They're carrying the casket into the hearse, so I couldn't. I was bawling my eyes out. I couldn't do that.
It's sad when you lose somebody. You have to sit there and look at them, and you think, damn.
Yeah, I cremated actually Bailey. Bailey just got cremated. I don't know if you guys remember him. He used to be on the streams. He used to be on here. You'd see him every so often. My oldest dog. He passed away about. So it's been like 3-4 months now.
Yeah.
3-4 months ago. He passed away about 3 or 4 months ago. We had him cremated. And I think that was another thing that kind of like reinforced it. Is like, and people were like, your dog getting cremated reinforced it. I was like, yeah, it's like, we brought him home. He's up on the thing right there. There's a picture of him. It's like, he's still there. You know what I mean? Type thing. He's not there, but he's still there.
I wish my mom would have cremated my dog, my other dogs, but you know where they are? I'm sorry, this is going to be graphic, but my dogs are in the backyard. They've been buried in the backyard.
But, I think that also gets a point, too, when it comes to, like, animals, and it comes to your dogs, like, okay, you're going to start having them, like, bookshelves? Bookshelves with animals. Because most people go through multiple animals.
No, my mom just
lifetime,
was like, my mom didn't want to pay for it, so she just buried Sugar Puff and Teddy in the backyard and Rascal in the backyard.
They get you. They will get you now. It's like, I think for everything, total, I think I paid like maybe between $400 and $500.
Yeah.
And that was with like the euthanasia, and then having him cremated, and then the wooden box with the plaque, and there was everything, and then the paw print, and everything. It's like, yeah, it was about like at least between $400 and $500, I think, something like that.
No, my mom just didn't want to pay for it because we had spent $2,900 to try to save my dog Teddy, and my parents were like, we almost spent $3K to save that dog, and he died.
Oh yeah, because that's like totally like that's like ruined hope. I think when an infant dies, because like over at that's one of the things I like Hollywood Forever Cemetery.
Yeah.
It's like one of the things that like Hollywood Forever Cemetery. You always see it as it's a what do you call it, tourist attraction.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of movie stars, who are there, and it's exciting to go see all their graves and stuff. But you kind of got to realize that it's a it's a graveyard. It's a graveyard and stuff. And I think that's when you're like going on the tour and they go past and you see all the babies are towards the fence. So like, then you realize, yeah, it's a graveyard. You see all the toys and stuff like that. So Sacramento truth moment. Why are you a racist? Sorry, but I'm not a racist.
I don't
know why you would say that, but okay.
I got some sad news to report. Cool. Phil Spector's castle is now an Airbnb and a wedding venue. Yep.
Really?
Yep.
So they actually repurposed it then?
Yep. I don't know if it's sad news or more like happy news, but if you want to go and stay at the castle where someone got murdered, you can do it on the website they have for it.
Sacramento truth moment. I do not even know you, but I'm sure you're a great person. But I wouldn't say I love you. I may like you, probably.
I love very few people, but I like a lot of people.
The oldest people I've been to funerals for were in their 90s. That's different because they had a long life, but for an infant, they had so many years to go. Yeah, it's like I said, it's kind of like it's hope dying.
It's different in the Asian culture. When a person passes away in the Asian culture, they wear white. They wear a white band around their head for when the person passed away because they believe that the white color, I don't know, something about just wearing white. That white is a good color to wear. So we wear a white band around our head during a funeral when a person passes away. And the ceremony is totally different from a Catholic or a Christian ceremony. But yeah, I hope I don't have to go to another funeral.
Well, hopefully you don't have to go to one for a while, so.
Well, my aunt's like in her really late stages of Parkinson's, so I don't know. Might be sooner than I want.
Ollie, be a little bit more optimistic. He says, I hope to live a long, healthy, and active life, but I doubt there should be anyone around when I croak it so they can do anything they want with my carcass.
Come on, Ollie.
I feel the same way, Ollie. And Ollie, I have a new podcast up if you're interested.
Yeah. Sweet. Oh, let me go ahead and change the banner, actually.
Put it up today.
There's the banner for... Oh, wait, no, wrong one. No, this is the right one. That's the right one. There you go.
You know, Dwayne, it's sad when you lose, like, a little infant. I've never been to a funeral of a person who's under the age of 5. But, yeah, I just couldn't imagine having to go to a funeral for a young kid.
Kimba said, Ollie is optimistically morose. Aren't we all?
The funeral of a... You don't know how... You just saw the casket, but it was a little casket.
I mean, I remember when I was 7 or 8 years old, I went to my grandma's
funeral. Thank you, Ollie.
You know, I was watching, speaking of death, I was watching Gigi Allen's Last Day Alive.
Ooh.
It was pretty crazy that somebody, I guess he did a show at this place called The Gas Station in New York City. And Gigi Allen, I mean, just fucking talk about bizarre. Luckily, this guy was there to go ahead and capture it, though. For posterity, I guess. He recorded the show, which we know Gigi Allen shows. You know, even people that don't even know Gigi Allen's music know his fucking shows were outrageous and stuff. But he recorded his whole show, which was like maybe like 4 or 5 songs, because then he got shut down. But after that, he records how he went into the street and caused a fucking riot. You know, he's in the street causing a riot. You know, like the police are showing up and all these kids are following him and they're busting windows out and all this stuff. And it's kind of sad because you end up thinking, like, at the end of that trip, when he gets into the cab and he goes off, he gets in the cab and goes to a fan's house, and that's where he shot up and died. You know?
Wow.
The next morning he was dead. They found him dead. So, hey, DJ Trish, how you doing?
Hey, Trish.
Welcome in. But, yeah, I mean... Yeah, that guy was nuts. He was fucking nuts. I mean, he smeared shit and everything on himself, you know. I don't know if anyone's ever gone to it. I don't know how many people are from California, but there's a place called the Museum of Death, and it's in Hollywood. And they have like all kinds of, you know, probably shit you probably wouldn't want to see, but they do end up having the clothes that Gigi Allen wore the last day that he was alive. So, in the videotape, you end up seeing him wear like a jean jacket. He's wearing like these boxer shorts and these freaking boots and this helmet. And he's walking down the street and it's like he had smeared shit all over himself, blood, all kinds of stuff. And they have it in a glass case with holes drilled in it. So you go up to it and you could actually like stick your nose up to it and you can smell that it smells bad, you know, horrible.
Because my dad said that one time when he was young, about maybe 15 or 16, his parents were going to buy him a car because it was his first ever car. And he saw, his parents found his car, right? And my dad smelled it. And the guy goes, oh, by the way, before I sell you this car, somebody died in this car. My dad's like, nope, Dad. I don't want this car. It's bad juju. He could smell it.
If you're taking a long road trip, you got an extra driver, maybe, you know.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. No, but he said that the smell of death in that car was so bad that you could smell it, and his dad was like, nope, we're not buying that car.
You can get it detailed and get it out.
Yeah, definitely.
I worked in the rental car industry, and I dealt with cars that you wouldn't believe how bad they
Yeah, but my dad's dad is Italian, and he has a superstition about buying cars from dead people, so that's why I didn't buy it.
Well, yeah, there's that. But, yeah, you could definitely end up getting the smell out.
You can, but he didn't want to bother with it, so he just went and got my dad a Dodge.
No, I had to pick up this car once. Oh, my God. This guy had it for over 6 months, and I think he was living in it and using it as the bathroom.
Oh,
God.
Okay.
I never drive with my window down. It's the middle of winter, and I've got all 4 windows down as I'm taking, and it was the last thing of the day, so I had to take it home with me, then drive it to the detail place first thing in the morning before work. and then all work, and somebody would come and get me, and then I drive because basically my car was parked there because I got to use one of the delivery cars as my personal vehicle. So, they took me back to the shop, and that's where my car was because, I had this. It was a Corsica. I remember that. It was a Corsica, maroon Corsica. And I had to steal the car. It was really terrifying too. Basically, we keep an extra set of keys, and I had to go to where he works, and got dropped off, and had to sneak in the car, start it up, and get the hell out of there. And,
yeah, that's how it was when I went to Vegas. It smelled like piss.
Oh, it smelled crazy. It smelled like piss and shit, and vomit, and oh my god.
Yeah.
Speaking of,
I pulled into the thing, and they were smelling it as soon as I pulled in from the 4 open windows. They're like, "What the hell?" I pulled into the garage to get detailed, and I'm
That's a question, Tim.
I'm like, this is you guys' problem now. They were expecting me. They knew I was.
How did you get it, Tim? How did you get that car? How did you acquire that car?
Like I said, I worked at a rental place, and the guy hadn't paid his bill for a long time. So they sent me with an extra key to repossess it, basically.
Oh, okay.
But I'm
like, this is never going to come out. This is never going to come out. And I was the one that had to pick it up like a week later. And
oh my god, I'm sure.
Funny. I was like, oh my god, I cannot believe this was the same car.
Yeah, it's amazing what they can do. Those detailers, they can get they can make a car smell great.
It was kind of funny because, like, was it last night? Was it last night or the night before last? I was telling you and Paulina about the how my daughter was doing the face app thing, and it like showed a face.
You told us, I think, few days ago.
Was it a few days ago? Yeah. Well, in the place that I live at, over here in the kitchen, which is not too far from where I'm at over here, we're really starting to think that this place is haunted. And reason being is because over here on this one wall, we have like a shelving unit. We have like an air fryer in there and a couple of other things. And then on the other wall, we have like a dining room table and a cubby, like a nook thing. And we have like, there's a TV mounted there, a little TV and stuff like that. Well, something about that part of the kitchen, we don't know what it is, but like the electronics always go on. Like the air fryer will turn itself on for like 10 minutes. And then go off like it's cooked something. The TV turns on, turns off, by itself. Just weird shit like that all the time. And then also it was like last night, a couple of nights ago, and I was telling them, my daughter was there. Yeah, there you go, Nerf ball. My daughter was doing one of those, stupid things, filters or whatever. And she comes out freaked out saying, look at, like the Shane Dawson thing, she's all, look, it picked up a face, where it's supposed to like go ahead and it puts like a filter over your face. Well, she was going like that and it picked up another face next to her and stuff. So she like freaked out. She's, oh my God, it's picking up a face. Look, Dad, I fucking did a screenshot, blah, 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 whatever. And then we were talking about how the cats have this thing where, because I have like a little bar right here, and they jump up on the bar and they face that area. Like they'll stand there and like both of them will do it. Not just one, but they'll both stand there and they'll like stare like they're looking at something. And it's like starting to freak her out.
I mean, when was your house built? What year was your house built?
I'm sure this place was probably built in the 60s, probably.
Probably.
I'm thinking probably late 60s, early 70s, maybe.
I mean, if you got an older house, of course you have a ghost like I do. My house, before my dad bought my house, this guy who lived in our house, he was a wheelchair user. So everything in the house was wheelchair accessible so that he can get around the house. And so, my dad got the house from the church because this guy passed away in our house. I'm not kidding. He did.
You don't have to have died there. I mean.
No, he did. No, that's what the church told us.
They could tear your house down and whoever lived in the house.
Oh, this is funny.
Yeah, the residues left behind.
This is funny.
I'm not saying I believe in all this stuff, although I think I did have it once. But I mean, think about it. And I'm going to try to be as polite as I can here. But if ghosts, and I don't know why they wouldn't be, have gotten as dumb as most people are. Follow me here.
Okay, I'm
because why would they suddenly be smarter if they're ghosts? You know.
Well, maybe he didn't like it.
Maybe if you believe in spirits and all that stuff, maybe they don't know what to do anymore. They've lost that. It's kind of like we don't know how to make an engine anymore, or we don't know. You know what I mean? Maybe when they pass, they don't know what to do anymore, and so there's more and more ghosts because they literally don't know. We're back, 100 years ago. He died, and the ghost knew what to do, and off it went. And
he didn't like
because they're not that bright.
No, this ghost was pretty bright. If you're out there, he was a pretty smart guy.
Dwayne said years ago I took a photo of a cemetery. When I got the photos back, I noticed shapeless figures between the trees. It was the summer without any fog.
Yeah.
Where's Nathaniel? Where'd you go, Nate? You were here earlier. Come on, do some werewolf stuff.
Built a house.
A lot of nights, and we'd wake up in the morning and there'd be pennies on our living room floor almost every morning, and that's a thing. Supposedly ghosts drop pennies, and it's like there'd be, I'd vacuum the night before. I vacuum the whole house. Wake up in the morning and there's pennies on the floor.
Yeah.
How did they get there?
That's weird. That's a little bit unusual. It
happens like all the time. It's like. And if I looked just out of the corner of my eye, if I looked straight, I couldn't see him. But there would be an old guy pacing in my living room. He never left the living room. He just paced back and forth.
I mean, there was a 10-year-old Lisa. This ball somehow ended up lodged at her by Mr. Dynan. That's his name. His name is Mr. Dynan.
Lisa is still scarred by the Nerf football that was thrown at her head by... And you know what? I mean, come on now. Lisa, if he was in a freaking wheelchair, like you were saying, if he was like, what? How the hell did he throw a goddamn Nerf football?
Okay. Maybe I was not 10. I was maybe 12, but I was just practicing my piano at that time.
Straighten your stuff.
He was probably pissed off enough at Lisa that he was like, you know what? Fuck this. And he got out of his wheelchair, and I was like,
no, he was pissed off. He was pissed off because we rebuilt his house and we added more rooms. He came to haunt us.
Has anyone heard anything else about the UFO that like crash landed? It was in Vegas, and now they totally hushed it up. Like they said they had footage of it like in their yard and shit. And they called the cops and everything. And
that's just who knows what.
I don't know if I believe in UFOs, but I believe in ghosts.
I do. Look at there's one right there.
And
they wear beanies.
And by definition, there are UFOs exist by definition. There are things in the sky that are unidentified. That's all a UFO means. It doesn't mean it's a little green man from Mars. It means you look up, you see something, you don't know what it is.
Could be a weather balloon.
Yeah, it could be anything. But that's
Japanese ghosts know how to make engines.
That's what I was laughing at. They probably do.
I loved those Nerf footballs when I was a kid. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a ghost in there, but I don't feel anything negative in there. So, except for the other night. The other night was kind of creeped out.
Some are probably positive, and some just want to leave and they don't know how.
You know what I sense is, but I think I've made it all up in my mind. Is what I've done. Is because when we moved in here, they had told us. They said, well, the couple that lived there before you had lived here for almost 30 years. Mm-hmm. And they were an old couple. But they didn't tell us anything else. And I was like, well, after 30 years, how come they moved? And the first thing that came to my mind was probably one of them passed away and the other one, probably moved or with the kids or, that's the first thing that came to mind, for me. But I was like going, well, I wonder if she died here. But, she wouldn't necessarily had to have died here to be connected here, if that's what's going on,
Yeah.
Exactly.
So what I was thinking was, so what I was sensing more, because it's focused in the kitchen, I was like saying, what if she was like one of those little, this is going to sound stereotypical. And it was funny because I had other person just says, why are you racist? And I'm like, oh, now I'm going to make a stereotypical saying. I'm going to say something stereotypical. But I just sense like a little abuelita who liked to be in the kitchen and cooked a lot and took care of her family. And that's the reason why she's all concentrated in the kitchen.
She could be a Nona too.
You know, that's what I was thinking. I was like going, well, maybe that was like her safe place. You know, she was like,
yeah.
You know, she fed her family and everything else, and that's where she was happy. So it's like part of her's there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is not a negative thing. It's like, it's kind of like, okay, well, you know, because I don't sense anything negative. I don't sense anything mean. Things don't get thrown or anything like that. It's just like the TV goes on or the air fryer goes on or something like that. So.
I can't remember if this was on Slapped Hammer. I'm trying to think of the other one that I watched that are usually longer videos of, you know, these internet things. But there was this person that collected antique dolls. Now, you know, there's tons of videos of an antique doll and it moves.
Yeah.
But this person had like a whole pile of them. And in one shot, 3 or 4 of them move within like a minute of each other. I'm like, holy crap. That's get the hell out of there. You know, why
I do not doubt that, Star Trekker.
These things, hey, but I mean, one doll. This wasn't even an antique. This was a Chucky doll. It literally moved its head and then rolled over. I'm like.
What is the name of that other doll? There's another doll that's supposed to be, I forgot what the name of it is. I don't know if anybody knows the name of it is. Chime in if you do. It's supposed to be kind of like the doll that they made all the movies about. I forgot the name of the doll is.
Annabelle?
Annabelle, but it's not Annabelle. It's actually a doll of a, because there's the Annabelle doll, of course, which is the Raggedy Ann doll. The doll of the little boy who's dressed like a sailor. And it's an old doll, and they were saying about how it's cursed. And I don't know if the Warrens, you know, that couple, I don't know if they had the doll, but they were saying that the doll it's cursed and that it's not to be played with because they said things happen to people that fuck with it all. So they were talking about different instances. Like there was one where they tell you when you go in to look at the doll, show respect. They say show respect when you see the doll, you know, look at it, whatever, and then, you know, just go ahead and leave. Do not say anything to it. Do not think about it. Just look at it and that's it. Because this one guy, I guess, who had gone and made fun of him, he's like, oh, look at that doll. That doll ain't shit. Blah, blah, blah. He's like talking all kind of shit. Jumped on his motorcycle, left, got into a motorcycle accident on the way home from leaving the place, died. You know, same thing. Another guy came in. It was a truck driver driving through town, stopped by to see the spooky shit, made fun of it, say, fuck that doll. Got in his truck, drove down the road, crashed, turned over, jackknife, died. You know, so they're like saying that, they're crazy mix say Cracker Jack doll. I'm not sure if that's what it's called. I forgot the name of the doll is. If that's the name of the doll, you know, definitely, but that's what my abuela did. Yeah, exactly. That's what my abuela did that too. Steve, does it smell like handmade tortillas and frio? I wish. That'd be pretty freaking awesome. If I just woke up, that would be freaking bomb. If I just like woke up to tortillas and shit every morning, the ghost made it. Dude, I ain't calling Ghostbusters. I'm like, I'm good.
I gotta say something, AZ, man. I looked at the Cracker Jack doll. Fucking scary as shit. Fucking scary as shit.
Thank you, Belle.
Tim, I missed your laugh. Let me see. My sister's house is like 100 years old. Some guy shot himself with a shotgun on the porch in the 50s. She had a paranormal team investigate a few years ago. They found weird stuff. I got a story about something like that. This chick that I used to know, her name was Zoila. I think I mentioned this to you guys before. Yeah. For those of you not heard the story, I'm going to make a very, you know, short version of it. But I knew this chick. Her name was Zoila. Hope she's not watching, but unfortunately, her father had some problems, and he had shot himself. You know, unalived himself. I guess I don't know how YouTube is about saying shit, but and he haunted the family. And I had heard many stories from multiple people about him, you know, and how he used to show up when they didn't expect it. Like our friend Tammy, which she one time said that after he had passed, maybe about a year later, she was in the car and they were driving along. And this is when her son Josh was a baby. And he was in the car seat and he's laughing like somebody's playing with him. And she's like, what the fuck? You know? And so she said her and Zoila were sitting in the front seat and she looked in the rearview mirror and she said she saw Zoila's dad like playing with him and shit. And she was like, oh, she pulled over and she turned around and like he wasn't there. So there was that, and then there was another time where Zoila's family said that they were having a family party, and they said that they were all sitting in the living room. When they said that like 15 people saw this shit, that he just like turned around, he like walked in the living room, everybody was like, "What the fuck?" He was standing there, and they like turned around and told him. They said, "No, you're dead." And he was like, looked at him like, "What? What were you talking about?" Like he didn't know what they were talking about, and they kept on telling him, "You're dead, you're dead." And then he walked down the hall, went to the back bedroom, and they went and ran down the hall to go see, and they opened the door, and nobody was there. It's weird shit like that, you know. I mean, Mexican families, though, you know how that goes. You know, I'm Mexican, I can say that. So stereotype person, yeah, whatever.
Asian families have weird shit too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, there's even again, you don't have to believe in this stuff. I watched that video. I think it was it could have been Sir Spooks. I watch them both, but there's a video of their door, and they've got like a shade down in front of the door, and up to the door comes this dog. You can see the dog's silhouette from the other side of the door, and it's just sitting there waiting to get let in. They're like, that's our dog that died like 6 months ago. They're like, and it slowly just disappears. It doesn't go away. The shadow gets lighter and lighter, and then it's gone. It doesn't move. It doesn't turn around and leave. And it's like, this is some weird stuff, man.
Oh my God. That thing that Trekker is talking about used to scare the shit out of me. To this day, I still get the creeps. Watch Trekker. I'm going to go ahead and show it so they understand what you're talking about. It's this movie that was called Magic from 1970. I'm pretty sure Tim knows about it. It was a movie called Magic from 1978.
I don't do horror movies.
Oh my God. It had a dummy in it. And one of the main parts of the movie is basically this dummy killing Burgess Meredith. If you really think about it. But yeah, I hated this. Oh.
Abracadabra, I sit on his knee. Presto, changeo, and now he is me. Hocus pocus, we take her to bed. Magic is free. We're dead.
Josephine Levine presents Magic, a terrifying love story starring Anthony Hopkins, Anne Margaret, and Burgess Meredith. Rated R.
Fuck that shit. I hated that movie as a kid. Oh my God. That was one of those drive-in movies where my mom took me to the goddamn drive-in with her friend Janet, and we went to go see that movie, and it scared the shit out of me, and I didn't sleep for 2 days.
I know how you feel.
They made that doll look like Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah, it's supposed to. It was his character, and that was his doll that he would like. But the thing is, he had a psychological problem where everything he did through the doll. So if he didn't want to deal with something because I saw it later on, many years later as an adult, and the thing is that if he didn't want to deal with something in life, he would deal with it through the doll. He'd be like, like if his girlfriend was talking to him about problems they're having, he'd be like, you pull out the doll, and you want to talk to the doll. So what happened was when people started dying, they thought, he was trying to kill people with the doll. That's what he was doing.
I mean, not a lot of horror stuff scare me, but when Tim Curry did that movie It as a kid, that scared the shit out of me.
I still think he was a very scary It.
He was very scary Pennywise. No offense to Bill Skarsgård, but
I think they were apples and oranges. I think that they were two different Pennywises. They both approached it completely differently.
But he's the reason why I was afraid of clowns as a kid.
One Halloween night, I saw a bunch of doors in a building open and close all by themselves. Chupacabra.
I believe in the Chupacabra because one of my chickens died. So I think the Chupacabra got it.
Exorcist, we will not talk about that. It is really funny. I don't know what it is. I do not know why she has it. I think I had shown you guys a picture of an ex-girlfriend that I had. She was, remember the picture of my room with all the Depeche Mode posters?
Yeah.
Anyway, her name was Monica. And I still have her as a friend on Instagram. So I talked to her from time. I do not know why, but she has a picture of Captain Howdy from The Exorcist as her profile picture. So every time she messages me or writes anything, I gotta see that face. And I freaking hate it. I freaking hate it. I like Wes Craven movies. Yeah, I like Wes Craven movies also, actually.
I used to have a good friend on YouTube that was in the VC that sold all his records one day and blah blah. Sent me some great VCLT, by the way. Whose name was Captain Howdy. That's what he went by. That was his YouTube name.
Dusty, you remember Beyond the Door? Yes, that was like it was like a poor man's Exorcist. But the thing about it is that the movie was so cheaply done, and the effects were so cheap that it was scary. It was scary. It was like a really cheesy movie. I think I don't think I found it since then either. I don't think they ever came out with it on Blu-ray. But I was working at Best Buy, and this is like probably like 2000 around there. And I used to get like DVDs dirt cheap because the guy would come in and he would set up the DVDs and I would help him because he would have to do multiple Best Buys setting up the DVDs. And I would always help him. So he'd always either give me DVDs or he'd give them to me really cheap, like give me a code and stuff. And I remember Beyond the Door had came out on DVD and I had a really pristine copy. I had never seen it that clean, which was probably like 480p. 480p was probably what the resolution was. But yeah, it really creeped me out. And I freaking, for some reason, I don't know whatever happened to that DVD. I don't know if I lent it to someone, but I never got it back. But I haven't been able to find a decent copy of it since then. So let me see. DJ Trish says, I have my first bike ride video up of 2024 at www.youtube. Is there DJ Trisham? You guys go ahead and check it out. I cannot watch The Exorcist. When that movie came out, I was in Catholic school, and the nuns tell me not to watch it. I tried to watch it even on TV. I couldn't. Even the TV version was pretty bad.
I saw that movie.
Movies, but there's other movies I can't watch either. I can't watch. I tried to watch. What's the name of that people? Oliver Stone movie about the most Oliver Stone movies I find unwatchable anyway. Mm-hmm. What's the one about the couple that goes on a killing spree?
Natural Born Killers.
Yeah, I tried to watch that. I couldn't. But I couldn't watch The Doors either. There's something about Oliver Stone movies which just like nope, can't
I went to go see Natural Born Killers when it first came out, and I remember me and the kid's mother had just gotten together. Me and Tina had just gotten together, and she wanted to leave. After like the first half hour, she's like, this movie is fucking stupid. She hated it. Me, I was kind of into it. You know, it's kind of like, this isn't bad. It's kind of, it's a trip. It's a trip. It's different, because I'm into crap, So, but she was like, I want to fucking leave. There were people getting up, walking out. There were people getting up and walking out and demanding the money back.
One of them, and I don't walk out. I've never seen an Oliver Stone movie I liked. Mm-hmm. Everyone I've ever seen, I'm like, ugh, this is...
I mean, I felt
the same way about Natural Born Killers. I was like, I'm not used to seeing Woody Harrelson like that. I'm not used to seeing Juliette Lewis like that. I'm not used to seeing Rodney Dangerfield like that. Like that. That sort of like shattered like my perception of Rodney Dangerfield. He was supposed to be like Mr. Funny Man and stuff like that. This one made him look like a dirty creep, and I just did not want to have that image in my head about him.
I mean, may he rest in peace. Rodney Dangerfield and me are birthday twins, so may he rest in peace.
Though, what was really creepy is there's this one part though in Natural Born Killers where, because it had moments, if you were to watch it, it had moments where it's like, it kind of like these moments came through with Woody Harrelson where, he was speaking, like the part where he's doing the interview with Robert Downey Jr. And he says he's talking about the mind of a serial killer, and he's talking about the mind of a killer, period. He's all, what makes us serial killers and us killers different from you is that you guys go by society's norms, and society's norms tell you this is not right, and it's not right to kill someone, and it's not right to do this. He's all, us, which of course is nonsense, but he's all, I'm on a different level. He's all, you know what? I'm on a different level. I don't go by society's rules. He's all, I will kill at will, and stuff like that. He's like, it was like, he kind of like let you in on the mind of it. But if you really think about it, it's like Oliver Stone, when he created that character, when him and Quentin Tarantino wrote that freaking script, they just basically, all they did was they turned around and they went through like, pages and pages of what other serial killers had said.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So
if Tarantino had done the movie and not Oliver Stone, I probably wouldn't mind it. I probably even like it.
But probably would have been better.
About Oliver Stone, it's just nothing. JFK, nope. Yeah, none of them. None of them.
Oliver Stone is.
Those are movies that Oliver Stone did. I feel like he's done ones that I liked.
He's a hard to like director.
Well, I mean, there's other movies like JFK. For me, was kind of hard to take because I felt like there was a lot of conspiracy theories in it. You know, I didn't feel like it was telling a straight story.
Yeah,
well,
so. I mean, he does it like convoluted, and he does it to excess, and I guess that's what I don't like. You know.
Yeah, I mean, basically, what he's trying to do is he's trying to feed his version and what he thinks down your throat is what it is, basically. Yeah, and it's like some people do agree with him. Some people think he's like fucking magnificent. He's like he's like one of the most awesome like filmmakers. But
well, I will say this. The movie that he did that I really loved. And I watch it. I will watch it all the time, and I'll never get tired of it. Snowden. I don't know if anybody's seen Snowden. Snowden's a great movie.
I saw it once. I was something about Snowden's story. Period. Not just his retelling of it, but Snowden's story. Period. Just really was kind of. I found it kind of boring.
I mean,
I would like it. But I mean, the doors. Like, how could you screw the doors up? It's a rock band. You know, you just. But it was just so strange, and I'm like, why is this strange? It's about this should not be strange, and it was just bizarre, and I'm like, oh. It was a Halloween night. I tried to watch that. I didn't have anything to do, and
I will say this: I do not like Scarface. I hate that movie.
I think Scarface is more like a product of its time. Nowadays it's really cheesy, you know. I mean, it's really cheesy, but if you have to think about it, at that time, there was a lot of Scarfaces. There were a lot of them. You know, they're making money off of that and shit. You know, they're, making coke money and all that stuff. So, basically with that, Scarface was a caricature of like just a bunch of people that existed at that time, you know?
Yeah.
So that's what I think that was. What's that based on? True story, Natural Born Killers? No, I think that actually Natural Born Killers was an amalgamation of all kinds of different serial killers, just kind of packed into.
I mean, if you think about it, there are some couples who have actually killed people. Mm-hmm. I know Dwayne knows that in his country of Canada, there was the Barbie killers. They were a couple that was married, and they killed their. Who they killed? They killed the sister, and they killed some other person.
I forgot. Under that beanie's all kinds of like true crime knowledge. I forgot about that.
There's a film you can get on Criterion, because that's a genre. So it's in the Criterion genre. There's a movie called The Honeymoon Killers, which is based.
Don't get me started.
This couple that the guy would date and marry some rich old lady, and then they'd kill her, and then they'd move on to the next one.
Yep. The beanie here doesn't know a lot, but she knows a lot about serial killers, which is kind of a little bit weird that I know so much about that.
I just completely forget. I completely forgot. Trekker is into this.
Yep.
I totally forgot. It's like I've dealt with him for so long. I forgot that he can't. Yeah, he came from the true crime.
He came
true
from
crime
the
streams.
mansion.
Yeah. So he actually, he knows quite a bit.
Yeah.
I just found out Lee Harvey Oswald's adoptive uncle was in the Mafia. Was mob hit.
Yeah.
Could have been. It was loosely based on that Midwest couple in the 50s that went on a killing spree.
Yeah. Killers,
Yeah, that couple, and then there was one from the UK too as well.
But yeah, I can watch that movie. That's fine.
Ray Manzarek was disappointed with the movie The Doors, and he said he doesn't know why Oliver Stone didn't ask some questions to make it more real. Ray Manzarek, when I met him in person, he was very, very muted. Very, very. He is like someone that, in my opinion, likes to play the background. He likes to be part of the scenery. Well, and I think that was the thing with most of them, and I think that's the reason why they stuck to Jim Morrison. Because Jim Morrison was like, "Hey," he wanted to be out there and be in people's faces.
To me, it seemed like they were trying to the film put it's like in Jim Morrison's head, he's high all the time. He's on psychedelics over. That's how the movie seems to me. That's how it's supposed to be. But to me, it just seems like whoever the filmmaker was, Oliver Stone in this case, was on mushrooms the whole time or whatever. It just, to me, it makes no sense. I don't get it. To me, it's not like even like Morrison is. It's like whoever shot the film was, you know.
Well, I think Mason, mainly what it was. Did I almost say Mason? Freudian slip. No, just kidding. I think when it comes to Oliver Stone and came to the Doors, I think he was mostly, enamored and wrapped up in the psychedelic part of the Doors history. I think that's what he was into. He was into the fact that that was his main focus. It wasn't mostly the history and everything else. It was like the psychedelic aspect, the drugs, the.
For me, Eddie and the Cruisers was a better Doors movie than the Doors.
Yeah.
Robert picking up Ellie Beaton in prison, a serial killer in Canada.
Yeah,
Canada.
The thing about the Doors too was that I think it was the time where, Val Kilmer was like, the hot young actor at the time, and everybody said like, this guy looks like he could be Jim Morrison. So it was more like, we need to get this guy to do Jim Morrison while he still looks like that guy.
Yeah.
I think that if it wasn't for him, then I think they would have would not have rushed on it and stuff like that. But
director, I just don't like Oliver Stone.
One of the things that I didn't like about when the Doors got back together and they tried to do the reunion shows and they turned around and they got Ian Astbury from the Cult as the lead singer was. I love the Cult. I love Ian Astbury. Don't get me wrong, but I felt like Ian Astbury had always copied Jim Morrison. That was his thing, that he copied Jim Morrison. So when they turned around, they took him in to be the lead singer of the Doors. That's basically all he was doing, was copying Jim Morrison. And they were like, because a lot of them were trying to say Ray Manzarek and all were trying to say, oh, he's like the reincarnation of Jim, and he is Jim, and Jim is here when he's here. And then I was like, no, he copies Jim. And he's been copying Jim since I was a kid in the early 80s. It's like, no, that he copies Jim. He's not the reincarnation of Jim. His whole thing has been built on that.
If your lead singer dies, you need to replace him pretty much immediately or leave.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're over. You can get somebody else in there and go play live for the next 100 years if you want, but don't be making new music and stuff because it's AC/DC did the smart thing. They lost their lead singer. They got a new one right away. They kept going. Eventually, they'll be accepted because, But if you wait and you don't have a game show, you don't do what INXS did. Okay, we're going to have a game show to get a new lead singer. Oh, my God. What a horrible idea.
I think the best person that has ever sang with the Doors after Jim Morrison was Eddie Vedder. I think... I'm a very big Eddie Vedder.
Light my fire. Light my fire. Let Jose Feliciano do it, man. Fuck. Eddie Vedder, no.
Come on now,
Come on now, touch me, baby. No, I like Eddie Vedder in his own thing. It's like, but now. Like this whole thing with Linkin Park, how they're going to be doing the thing. They're talking about the lead singer of Evanescence. That whole thing. I'm just like, oh man, no. Because they were saying they wanted to get a female lead singer, which is different. I get it because I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to avoid the whole thing like somebody else coming in and, replacing Chester Bennington because no one's going to replace him. So they're like, okay, let's go down a different road and we'll bring in a chick as opposed to something different. Like Stone Temple Pilots when they took Chester and they tried to replace Scott Weiland in Stone Temple Pilots, it didn't work.
No, It rarely works.
Yeah, it's not going to work.
It can work with a woman. I mean, I've said this before. You know who Eddie Van Halen's first choice was when he fired her off?
Who?
Patty Smythe.
That could have been interesting.
I think that might have worked.
That could have been different. Yeah. That could have been interesting.
She said no.
Wow.
So he went with his second choice, which was Sammy Hagar, but his first choice was Patty Smythe.
She probably figured out a lot of weight to carry, probably too.
Well, at that point, she'd been married. She had a kid, and she's like, I don't want to do this anymore. No, I don't want to go on the road. I don't want to, at that point in time, she just didn't want to do it and said no. It wasn't because it was Eddie Van Halen. It was just no. I'm done. She wasn't doing music, period, anymore.
That's why I hate Greta Van Fleet. You can tell that lead singer is mimic singing. I really, really, I'm sorry. I do feel that Greta Van Fleet.
I tell you one thing. If she would have gone her way, Stevie Nicks would have been the lead singer of the Heartbreakers. Lord knows she's been trying to infiltrate that circle for years.
Man,
she wanted to leave Fleetwood Mac and join the Heartbreakers, but Tom Petty was like, "Nope, sorry, it's a boys only thing." But she tried her best to infiltrate that group.
I mean, if Linkin Park needs a new singer,
there's one way she could have gotten in, and it's too bad she wasn't more of a musician. Because if she could have played bass when he lost his bass player, she had a shot again.
Yeah. I mean, if Linkin Park needs a new singer, they could always get Eddie. They could always get Eddie Vedder.
Isn't that war still going on with the Guess Who right now? Yep. Aren't they like having they're in the middle of a fucking legal battle or some shit? They're at war.
There's all kinds of stuff.
You guys believe that as story Eddie Van Halen asked to join Kiss after he was getting along with Roth? Maybe. Who knows? I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. Who knows? But then again, also, if did the story come from Gene Simmons? Because the story came from Gene Simmons, I'd be like, oh, yeah, sure, okay, whatever. And I got a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you. Because Gene Simmons tells fucking stories. Gene Simmons is the Donald Trump of fucking rock and roll.
Yeah.
So it's like, yes, it's still happening. Okay. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm going to get something to drink. I'll be right back.
I don't know. I don't listen to Kiss. I'm not a big Kiss fan. I only know one song from Kiss, or two songs from Kiss, and that's that. That's all I know. Is I Was Made for Loving You, and that one it goes, I want to rock and roll all night. That's all I know.
You don't know Beth?
Nope.
Beth is her biggest hit. You don't know Beth?
No, I don't listen to Kiss, really.
Wow.
Beth is the only good song that they have. Everything else is shit.
No, I like Hard Luck Woman because it sounded like Rod Stewart. It could have been a Rod Stewart song. It didn't sound anything like Kiss.
I was made for loving you.
Well, yeah, that's one band that I refuse to get into. I just don't get the attraction.
I don't get it
either. To me, they don't know what they are. They're kind of a glam band, but they're too hard to be a glam band. But they're not hard enough to be a hard rock band, really.
Yeah.
I don't get it. And they wear makeup, and I'm sorry, but for me, that's like for 12-year-olds, and I don't know.
I just
when I was 12, I didn't get it either. I wasn't a kid. I'm the perfect age to be a Kiss fan.
Yeah.
Because I was like 13 or 14 when their first album came out. I mean, that's the perfect age to be a Kiss fan, and I couldn't care less.
I just never really got into them. As a kid, my dad would play them, and I just never. My eldest sibling is a fan of Kiss.
I thought Alone became a big hit too for Star Trekker. Wasn't that a number one for them, or?
I thought Alone was a hit. I don't know.
Well, it was a hit. Let's find out.
We got the Billboard book, people.
The book.
I hear the ticking of the clock. I'm lying here, the room's pitch dark. I like that song because my friend wrote it.
Yeah,
he wrote it for his dad.
Alone was their second number one, and it was number one for 3 weeks, and These Dreams was number one for only 1 week. So
what chart? Barracuda, where did it chart?
It probably didn't. No, it did chart. I'm surprised. 11. I'm surprised it got that high.
That was the very first song I heard from them. My dad used to play that song all the time. That was as a kid.
So Star Trekker hard at 2 number ones: These Dreams and Alone.
Yep.
Yeah, I love both of those songs.
But These Dreams was their first number one, so it would be ironic that their first number one was but then they eclipsed it a little bit.
I mean, she can sing. She can sing, Ann Wilson. Wow, what a voice. Are any of you going to see Heart live? The answer is no.
I would love to.
I saw Heart on the Brigade tour. So I think I've seen them already. I think I'm good. I saw them on the Brigade tour with Cheap Trick opening up for them.
I think I've told my Cheap Trick story. It's very sad. It was a spring fest and it was pouring down rain and we're all waiting. We had to sit through. Who was the first band? I can't remember. They were horrible. And Hiram Bullock, who used to be Letterman's bass player, came on. And oh my God, he was awful. And I'm just like, oh, and it's pouring down rain and I'm sitting through these lousy acts and it never stopped raining. And then Cheap Trick comes on. They're closing, right? Finally, Cheap Trick comes on. Yeah, they're undercover and everything. They're fine. But I could tell Bunny Carlos and Rick Nielsen are sick as dogs. Nielsen's spending half the time at the side of the stage spitting. And Bunny Carlos, never even saw his face. He had a hoodie on, and it was closed up to about this big, like this. And
he's doing Kenny's
get to. These guys were both sick. And it's pouring down rain, and they did like 6 songs. And then Robin comes out and goes, "We don't want to get electrocuted, folks, so we're going to go. Sorry, we'll come back and do a free one for you next time." And they laughed. And meanwhile, we've been out there for hours in the pouring rain to watch Cheap Trick. It was still a good show, but then we did 6 songs and they left. And but it wasn't because of electrocution. Bunny Carlos and Nielsen were both really sick.
I think that's how a lot of people feel about Kiss right now. It's just, I used to love Kiss when I was a kid. I loved Kiss even during the 80s. I loved Kiss, but I'm sorry they overstayed their welcome.
Yeah.
Some bands can go ahead and keep it going and still make fresh product and still make good music. I just don't think that Kiss was one of those. I think that Kiss was just, they had some good music, but they were a brand, and that's all they were. They were comic book characters, is what they were.
I never thought they made good music. I mean, a few good hits.
It was good music.
That's it. That's my Kiss collection.
I wouldn't say that it was good music. I think it was just music where it fit in with their brand and fit in with the image. And for young kids, we're like, yeah. We were into it, but isn't it funny?
In grade school, it must have been early high school or very late school. His name was Jeff Cook, and he got to do stuff. We never really got along. We kind of liked each other in a weird dislike kind of way. But anyway, he'd seen Kiss, and I saw Kiss, and I couldn't have cared less. And he kept trying to impress me with that. And then one day, a year or two later, or something like that, he's like, "I'm going to concert in Binghamton tonight." I'm like, "Yeah, who are you gonna see?" Because I was a music guy, so he wanted to talk to me, even though we didn't really agree on things. And he's like, "I'm going to see the Cars." And he's like, some band I never heard of called Bram Tchaikovsky is opening up for him. I'm like, oh, that'll be good. I knew Bram Tchaikovsky. I'm like, I love Bram Tchaikovsky. He's like, never heard of him. I'm like, oh, man. And he comes back the next day and says, I went to the concert last night. I'm like, yeah. He's like, Bram Tchaikovsky blew the Cars off the stage. I'm like, I told you. That's about all I remember of him. You got to watch the little bands.
Black Crowes were the opening act for the first time I saw them live. I heard that Cheap Trick has bailed out shows. I'm glad I did see them live because I won my tickets. I don't know. I've never heard of them bailing out.
Okay. I said they bailed out of that one, but they were sick. It was a free show, so we didn't pay to get in.
Supposedly they did retire, and now it's video.
Now it's gonna be,
avatars.
The ABBA thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's gonna be holographs.
I'd rather see Aerosmith. A lot of people would rather see Aerosmith.
Aerosmith is doing their final shows, I heard.
For now, I think what's gonna happen is they'll end up doing their final shows, and then they're gonna try and say in a year or two, if they're still all alive, go, let's get together, let's do a couple of shows, let's take it back on the road.
Here's my theory about Kiss.
Mm-hmm.
If MTV didn't happen and the 80s metal hairband thing didn't happen, Kiss would have dissolved by like 82 probably. But
Star Trekker.
The hairband thing just picked up their career, and we can do this now, and there they go,
My sister was heading to Virginia Beach to see Aerosmith on 9/11, but it was obviously canceled. Obviously, Graceland in foreclosure now. They're going to have to let fans in to see Toilet Elvis. You got to be bullshitting. I'm like thinking, didn't just the Elvis fans keep that shit afloat? Just going in there to see it, paying those prices.
I heard that his daughter, not his daughter. I heard his granddaughter wants to keep it alive. His granddaughter's trying to figure out a way to keep it alive.
Well, I mean, people still go there constantly. And
I'm like,
I think they run FTD out of there too.
Yeah, I mean, because they're fighting.
That makes money. I mean,
Well, no, because it is true. I read about it online because what's her name, Riley and Priscilla have been fighting over who gets the rights to Elvis's things, and I think Priscilla had, or was it? No, was it to Elvis? I think it might have been to Lisa Marie Presley.
I'll be right back. Hold on a moment.
Because, Riley had been fighting with Priscilla over who gets the right of Lisa Marie Presley's estate. And the daughter had won, and now Elvis's Graceland house is being up for foreclosure. It's true. I don't know why.
I don't see how. Maybe because they're fighting, they're not paying their bills. Lord knows.
Whoever owns the house. I mean, it's making money if you think about it. The people that go year after year,
it's making money. So there's it's just got to be fighting. Nobody's paying the bills. I mean, for all we know, when that happens, they just freeze all the assets till they figure it out. And maybe while the assets are frozen, Graceland's gone into foreclosure. But if that happens, more lawyers will get in and they'll fix it.
They'll figure it out. I think they'll eventually figure it out, but I don't see them selling that place because it's too iconic of a place.
That's the legacy, but Priscilla shouldn't be too. I mean, Priscilla's getting very old. She shouldn't,
I
like the family is all buried there, So.
Yeah, but I mean, she should just let the granddaughter have it because it's
because they're fighting
legacy. She's not gonna live forever.
Yeah, I know, because they were fighting. They were fighting over who got the rights to Lisa Marie's Presley's estate because.
Well, hopefully she had a will. Somebody like that should have a will.
I believe the daughter had won the suit.
Well, Lisa left the property to her daughter because the daughter is still young, and so Priscilla's is not getting any younger, so it might as well go to a person in the next generation that's going to continue.
But every state is different about wills and stuff too, so who knows?
Yeah.
Some states they're rock solid, some states they're not.
I don't see Graceland. I don't see Graceland being, sold out because I feel like Graceland brings a lot of business to Tennessee or Kentucky.
Like I said, I think they run FTD out of there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's very true, Trekker. Elvis, even after his death, people still buy Elvis stuff. They still buy his memorabilia, his record.
Yeah, but The record labels get most of that money. You can't. That's why they started FTD.
Yeah, so I remember that.
They actually have to license the stuff from RCA.
Bell said, I used to like Bon Jovi. I wouldn't waste my money seeing them now. The problem that's going on with Bon Jovi is he's trying to get his voice back. But the thing that is good about Bon Jovi is he's not like most of these other rock stars where they are putting on a half-ass show and they know their voices are completely shot.
Yeah.
And they're still trying to charge people top dollar. He's actually going and trying to do something about his voice, trying to get things done, surgeries and stuff like that to see if he can improve his voice. And if he can't, he's hanging it up. He's already said he's going to hang it up. But John Bon Jovi he's a good guy. He's really good. He's really good, man.
He's honest, and he's not like what's his name trying to resurrect Van Halen.
Oh, hold on a minute. I gotta stop this cat. He's gonna try and go outside. Hold on a minute.
Vince Neil, if you're out there, hang it up, dude. Hang it up. Hang it up, dude. Same with you, Paul Stanley. Hang it up. I have Caitlin coming in the stream. No, Lisa. Paul Stanley can't hang it up.
But he looks really good, Bon Jovi, because I seen him. What was it, Sunday? Because Sunday was the finale of American Idol, which if anybody was following American Idol, the winner Abby Carter, she's from my hometown in Indio. So our city is now getting ready to do like a very big celebration for her when she comes back. We're all excited for her over here. So we're and Bon Jovi was there because he was like the guest tutor for the last episode, and they all did like a Bon Jovi song on the thing, and he looked good. I was like surprised.
I mean, Bon Jovi still got it. He still got it. He hasn't really lost the charm. He just can't sing a lot of these celebrities, when they get older, they can't hit the notes that they used to hit. So a lot of them have to kind of do a key change in the songs that they sing.
None of them can, and they need to learn to clip long notes too. And that most of them don't do that. I listened to Ringo's new EP, and everybody's praised it. I thought it was pretty bad. You could just hear the waver in his every time he tries to hold a note, and it's like, just clip the note. Don't.
I mean, Ringo, you have to accept that you're old. Stop dyeing your hair. Peace of love.
Old, and it just makes me sad.
It makes me sad because on Twitter you can see Ringo's feet for free.
You know who looks fairly good. I watched this video. I was really bored, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna watch this. It's called something like Bill or now I can't think of his name. Thomas Dolby gets hair or something like that. Thomas Dolby went through this hair restoration thing.
Yeah.
And he has hair now. And the funny thing is, he looks so much younger. It really worked for him. And he's happy, and I'm happy for him. I'm like, this is great. He's gonna tour this summer, and he's like, let's see what happens. But I'm happy for the guy. He looks way younger than he did.
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of Dokken. I'm not really a big fan of metal, period. 80s metal. Yeah. Not a big fan, but I did recently get Judas Priest from Fred. And I have not listened to it yet, but I will go down that rabbit hole soon. I heard singers who can't sing anymore, so they stop. Yeah, there's people that gotta accept the fact that their voice is not good anymore.
Okay, well, if your voice changes, roll with it.
David can't sing. Did somebody dig him up or what?
Yeah, this guy right here.
All these guys out there, that, as far as I know, still tours. He put out an album either I think late last year or early this year. Is Ian Hunter. Ian Hunter's like 85, 86, 87. And his voice started going a long time ago. And so he just went with it. And, used to have this great. Now he has kind of this growly voice, but it's not like Dylan. It's still good. You know, he just learned to deal with what he's got, and it works for him.
Ringo looks 50 because of the hair dye.
Yep.
Yeah, he doesn't. So, his neck looks like a map of Saudi Arabia. You know,
it's the hair dye.
He doesn't look as young as people think.
No, he's all about the peace of love, peace of love.
So Don Dawkins is having trouble singing. Who would have thunk? All of them are. I mean, I was watching a video with one of the 80s channels. I forgot what the actual name of the 80s channel was. They had Stephen Pearcy from Rat. And Stephen Pearcy from Rat, he's really, really, really showing his age. Really nice guy, very optimistic from what I see. But the voice isn't there anymore. You know, they're still trying to sing, you know, round and round. And I think the thing also with most of those guys who are into that hair metal scene is I think they really abuse their fucking voices. Because those guys were like, they were squealing at the top of their lungs. And I think they all fucking just wrecked their fucking vocal cords. You know, that's what I think happened.
Yeah.
I know this is a long time ago now, but I watched a video today of the Raspberries doing Overnight Sensation from 2007. And Eric Carmen could still sing amazingly well. I mean, I realized that was, more than 15 years ago now, but still, I was like, wow. And this is one of the best sounding live things I'd ever heard. I mean, I'm like, and it's not from one of the albums or anything. It's just, it was a hard rock show they did, I think. And, or no, what was it? What's the place that, the Blues Brothers founded?
House of Blues.
It was the Raspberries were at the House of Blues, and I mean, just everything was mixed well. It's if they released that set, it would be better than either of the two live albums that they put out from around the same time. It was just mixed so well. I was just shocked that Eric could sing that well.
I'm trying to remember what rock star it was I saw in an interview. He was an 80s rock star. I'm trying to remember which one it was. But I remember in an interview, he had said it plain and simple. He said, I really think in order to be a rock star, you have to treat your body like an athlete. You know, you have to be athletic. You have to work out. You have to treat your body good. Or it's the same thing like an athlete, or it's going to break down. It's going to break down.
Mick Jagger. You ever watch any of the Stones? I forget which one it was. I think it was that big box set that came out in the early 2000s. I can't remember what it's called. But there's a whole documentary about them getting ready and each Stone needs his own thing. And the Stones, wherever they play, they get at least one whole floor of the hotel. And floor has to have a circular hallway around it. And Jagger literally runs a couple of miles in the hotel before the show. He literally he puts on his and off he goes. And it's like, he probably still does it to this day, which is absolutely amazing.
And that's the reason why he's still making babies at his age too.
And that's why he gets out there on stage and isn't like everybody else's age and just stands behind a microphone and he's still.
I mean, he's 80 years old and he's still out there touring, and it's amazing. I would love to see the Rolling Stones live.
Star Trekker. That's where Phil Spector met that lady he killed. She was a waitress there, House of Blues.
Oh,
and he killed her right next door to Lisa.
I went to visit Phil Spector's house the other day when I was going on my walking, and I paid my respects to Lana Clarkson.
She's at Hollywood Forever Cemetery. I've seen her little niche because I've gone over there to visit Roz Williams from Christian Death. He's in the same little area as her. There's a couple of other stars over there too, around where she's at. But yeah, she's like this one little niche.
Yeah, he put us on the map.
Material Issues earlier today. It's the first one I've seen since I broke my arm. It's a podcast on Wednesdays. And Mark Hirschberger was on vacation, so he had a fill-in. And in the middle of the show, Mark Hirschberger pops up. He's in the Hollywood area somewhere, and he was at that cemetery today. He was talking about it. And he went to see. He went in Julie Garland's crypt, and apparently there's a door you're not supposed to go through, but there wasn't anybody around, so he went in, and he said he just a little bit pushed on one of the doors or something in the mausoleum. He's like, the whole thing slid. He's like, oh my god, he's like, he got on there. He's like, what the hell, man?
Yeah, the thing about Hollywood Forever Hollywood Forever cemeteries, they have cameras everywhere. Yeah. They are watching it. They have cameras everywhere. But the thing is that, like, it's really one of those places kind of like self-guided. They have a tour where you can take the tour, but for us Angelinos, it's kind of like unhip to take the tour. It's like, we should know where the people are at type thing, you know? So it's like, but it's like, but there's like, it's amazing. You go to like one little section right there and, you know, you got like Chris Cornell, one of the Ramones, and you have like, you know, the one kid from Star Trek, what was his name? Something Yelchin?
Elton, no, what's his name?
I always forget his name. I get it wrong.
Anton Yelchin.
Yeah, he's right there. You got Chris Cornell, him, the guy from the Ramones. I forgot which Ramone we're talking about. And across the way, you got Mickey Rooney, Toto. My mic went limp.
You know, the only reason why I went to Hollywood Forever Cemetery is because if you guys know, out here you can see a concert among the dead people.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do the concerts and they do the movies up on the main mausoleum and stuff like that. And then there's the one that I need to make my way out to, and I actually have been wanting to do it recently because I've been watching it on a lot of different. Because I watch like Le Mans at Large, and you know, of course, Days with what's his face, the Lion, Jordan the Lion, and all those different people. And the what is it? Forest Lawn. Is it Forest Lawn Hollywood?
I want to go to the one where Carl Wilson is buried.
Carl Wilson. Well, I'm talking about the one where Ronnie James Dio and Lemmy and all those people were at.
It's probably the one where Michael Jackson's buried, right?
Yeah, I think because they're all in the same courtyard. Carrie Fisher, Ronnie James Dio, Lemmy, they're all like in the same courtyard with each other, within a couple of feet of each other. And stuff, so
because I like to see where the celebrities have been buried.
There you go, Johnny Ramone and Dee Dee. Yeah, Johnny Ramone and Dee Dee are there.
Yeah. I saw Johnny Ramone's grave. They really did a nice job of it.
His grave has the thing I didn't like about Johnny Ramone's grave is that it has a bunch of quotes from like different people. On it, which I mean, I guess some people would like that, but it has like a quote from Eddie Vedder and it has a quote from that fucking jackass director. What's his name? Lance Gallo. I can't stand him. He's a fucking jackass. The one who made the Brown Bunny. I can't stand him. There's like a quote from him, and there's like, quotes from like different people, different famous people, and stuff like that. It's just so Hollywood, type thing.
Yeah.
And Dee Dee Ramone's is simple. It's like it just says. Psh, it has the Ramones logo on it. It says Dee Dee Ramone. Hey, I gotta go. Gabba Gabba, whatever. It says, hey, I gotta go. And then there's all kinds of pics and all kinds of chicks, kinds of punker chicks that put like all kinds of lipstick kisses all over it. And his like grave is punk rock. So
Ramone should have said, "You knew this was going to happen, right?"
I mean, if I was him, I said, "Hey, you know what I want on my marker? Is anyone surprised?"
Yeah, exactly.
Is anyone surprised? But I think it was another one. I mean, I don't know if it was Days with Jordan the Lion or it was one of them who had done a video about Dee Dee Ramone and how he had like really actually knew Dee Dee Ramone in the last days. Like he had visited him or something like that. If I ever find the video, I'll send you guys a link to it and stuff like that. But and he talks about like the last days of Dee Dee Ramone and how he had like called him to like hang out and shit.
What wound up taking him over, basically. I'm talking about drugs here because realistically, he was the best songwriter the Ramones had.
Yeah.
But drugs took him over, and that was a shame because he is actually a really good songwriter. And
That Brown Bunny director married star the lady and supposedly got engaged to Charles Manson in prison.
Yeah, I heard about some 27-year-old that got engaged to Charles Manson in prison. That's what I heard.
I know that he was with the one who blew him in the Brown Bunny. What was her name? Chloe. What's her name?
I hope so.
Chloe Savini.
Do it for like the $1,000 she got to make the film or whatever.
Oh, she's a cunt. She's a cunt in real life. We met her once at the Chateau Marmont, and I was not into her, but this chick, the cat, the one I told you guys about before, she was like going over there trying to talk to her. She was a real star fucker when we were, younger. She loved stars, and she was going over there trying to talk to her, and she looked at her like she was like really like smelling a piece of shit. She looked at her like, I'm like, you're in the Chateau Marmont. This is the common ground for everyone. Yeah. All the stars and the common people, the common folk mingle here. It's like, if you don't want to fucking mingle with the common folk, don't fucking be here, Chloe. Yeah. It's like, get the fuck out of here, you fucking cunt. And ever since then, I just never liked her. I was just like, what a bitch. Every time I saw a movie with her, I was like, eh. And then when she fucking blew Lance Gallo in that movie, I was like, there you go. Good going. Ruin your fucking career, you stupid shithead.
I never really cared for her as an actress.
Yeah, she did roles that supposedly were controversial. Like she did those Harmony Korine films, like fucking. She did Kids, and she did fucking Gummo, and shit like that. She did all those freaking shitty, stupid art films.
Yeah.
And stuff, and then she had a couple of like major films, and when actually she did a couple of major films, she thought that her shit didn't stink, and it's like. Hello, we saw you fucking blow one guy in a movie, and we saw you fucking fuck another guy in a movie, and we saw you freaking taping your nipples in another movie. It's like, get the fuck out of here. We saw what you did freaking for your stardom. Shithead. She was the one who in Kids, she had the R word scene with the one who killed himself, Justin Pierce was his name? Was that his name? The one who was in Next Friday? Justin something like that? Yeah, young kid.
Oh, wait. Is he the guy who killed his landlord and then killed himself? Or I'm thinking of someone else?
No. You're thinking about the guy who was going back to Sons of Anarchy. It was that, yeah. No, not him. His name was I think it was Justin Pierce. The one who played Little Roach in Friday After Next.
Ah.
Yeah. Oh, see, look, there goes Grayson jumping up on the turntable. See, that's the reason why I have to have covers on him.
Ah.
He thinks that's his bed. There he goes. I swear to God, this freaking cat. But, yep, he's going to go look in the blinds. He's like, oh, what's going on in the neighborhood? Do I need to be out there? Do I need to police? Do I need to be out there policing what's going on? No, but, yeah. So, the thing is, he was in that movie Kids. And then he was in the movie Friday After Next. But they said that he was already in line for some bigger roles. But he was mentally fucked up. Yeah. They said he was not going to be able to handle the stardom that was coming his way. And it was like, it was in the mail. It was coming. Yeah, and they said he wouldn't have been able to handle it. And he knew he wasn't going to be able to. So unfortunately, he,
I mean, if you think about it, a lot of child actors end up killing themselves and end up, dying because they can't handle the stress of when they were child actors. A lot of them overdose and suicide and...
that one guy though who made that movie Kids though with all of those kids, his name's Larry Clark. Really fucking I kind of like have watched some of his movies, and they're just really he like kind of like. I think he's got some issues going on when it comes to young kids, because he ends up taking like these actors who look like young kids who are just on the cusp of being old enough, and he puts them in these extremely sexual situations.
Weird.
To portray teenagers in these extremely sexual situations, and then he films it. Like he made another movie called Bully with Brad Renfro and a couple of where it was supposed to be like. The movie was supposed to actually be about how this group of kids got together, and there was this guy who was a bully who had beat them all up, blah, blah, whatever, and they got together and killed him. And that was a true story. It was a true story. But the thing is, he so sensationalized the story with all of them. They were all humping each other, and there was all kinds of nude scenes, and they're all blowing each other and all this stuff. It's like he just totally like ruined the whole story. It's like the whole story of what actually happened. It's like you're so bombarded with all this stuff, and you're cringing every other moment watching these, you know, they call them, you know, kids in the movie. You know, of course they're adults, but they were supposed to be playing kids, doing all this stuff that you don't even get to the storyline. You know, and then I saw another movie he did called Ken Park, which was the same thing. And then I was just like, you know what? I seen kids, I seen Ken Park, and I saw, you know, Bully, and I was like, I've seen enough of this dude. You know, anything else he comes out with, fuck him. He's got problems. You know, and other people have said it too. You know, another person they came out and said a bunch of shit like that about too is another guy named Greg Arakai, which he made a lot of movies during the 90s. I remember he made a movie called The Doom Generation, which was one of the first, if not the first movie that, what is her name? The one who is Rose McGowan was in. Yeah. It was her first movie. Same thing. It was supposed to be, they're supposed to be young people and young kids, whatever, and they're in all these sexual situations. And he made it a trilogy. It was that, The Living End, and another movie called Nowhere, which we had James Duvall and all these other people in it. It's just like, yeah, I maybe it was just the 90s. I don't know. I don't know.
Rose McGowan went on to be batshit crazy. Rose McGowan.
Yeah, she is.
I mean, if you think about it, like that other movie Bully with Brad Renfro, he died really.
Yeah.
It's just, I think the total of being an actor and being in the spotlight, like, you know, Star Trekker brought up Jonathan Brandis. He was 27.
Yeah.
He died, and it's just hard when you've been, you know, acting all your life as a young kid, and then to transition from being a child actor to an adult actor. It takes a toll on some people. Like, it does.
Well, like with River Phoenix, I think what it is they get told yes, 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 and then when they get older and people start telling them no, they can't handle it.
No.
Because when they're young, they're being told yes, 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 because you're the hottest thing, so yes, 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 yes. They can do whatever they want. And then when they get told no, they can't handle it.
No, they can't.
You know, or they get older and they're not as cute, and they really do have to be talented and not depend on their looks. And they're not getting the parts, and they can't handle it.
No.
Some cute kids just don't grow up cute. And
yeah, they don't.
Haley Joel Osment's a good example.
You know, like Ricky Schroeder. Oh my God, I was like watching Silver Spoons the other night because I think it's on Tubi. I think it is.
Yeah.
They have all the seasons of Silver Spoons because that used to be my favorite show. Because, I mean, that's what kids used to call me in elementary school. They called me the Ricker, you know, because of Ricky Schroeder and stuff. So I used to love watching that show. But he turned into a fuckhead, too.
Yeah.
You know? He really turned into a fuckhead.
He had a meltdown. He had a meltdown at Costco.
Yeah, about the masks and the vaccinations. He's like, you know, so it's like, yeah, so he turned into a fuckhead. And then, what's the name of the other one? I was watching Webster. I had not watched Webster in a long time, Emmanuel Lewis. And I was just kind of like, it's like when you look at like the later seasons, like the last seasons of Webster, it's like they're treating him like a little kid, and you're like, damn, he was almost like 20 years old here. You know, and you're just like, you know, and they're like, oh, giving him birthday cakes, like, yay, Webster, it's your birthday. He's like, yay. He's like, this kid's almost 20 fucking years old.
I mean, you know who else? Know? Who else turned into a fuckhead? And I used to love his show as a kid is Scott Baio and Charles in Charge.
Oh, yeah, him too, yeah.
I used to love that show as a kid. I watched it every week. I was like so into Scott Baio as a little kid. Yeah.
Oh, Easy Mick is yeah, I think Webster. Yeah, Webster is still alive.
Yeah, Webster's still alive.
Yeah, he's still alive.
The other guy died. What's his name? Gary Coleman. He's the one who passed.
Yeah, Gary, and he would still be here if he hadn't fallen off that ladder.
I mean, you know, I know
that was a freak accident.
I know a lot about my little people. You know.
Chick. It was funny. I sent her a link to him. I did not know until today. I was today's years old when I found out that there was a song that was a parody of the Randy Newman song called "Tall People."
Oh.
I did not know. It's like another guy who's singing about the same tune, but it's like tall people like don't need no tall people around here.
I'm a short person, okay? I'm a short person, okay? I've accepted that I'm short.
Yeah, and I turn and said, that's Lisa. She's like, oh, don't want no tall people around here. Get out the stream, tall people.
No. You remember that one song? You remember that one song? I don't want a short man or something.
It's Lisa, short woman.
So. I don't know how about people were probably smarter where you guys live, but where I live, everybody just thought that short people was about short people, and that wasn't what it was about at all.
Really? What was it about?
You don't know?
No, what was it about? I didn't read between the lines, I think, on that song. What did I miss?
An anti-racism song.
No.
Insert the word black instead of short, and that's what it was about.
Oh, so it was basically a vehicle for that, but it was okay.
It was Randy Newman did a bunch of like anti-racism songs. That's throughout his whole career. That's not the only one. But that was the only one that was a hit.
I guess we can't send that song to me anymore about me being short.
It was like funny because I was watching. I have this big, huge like box set of Dawn of the Dead, and it has like all kinds of supplemental materials and stuff like that. And it was it shows like the two main characters. I guess the white guy and Ken Foree, the black guy. I forgot the name of the white guy is. Is in the movie or whatever. And he was saying that when they were shooting the film, it was in the middle of the winter and they were going back and forth to the mall and stuff like that. And that he would end up picking up the white guy every morning to take him to the mall so they could film. And he said that every morning he had a cassette of that song because the other guy was really short and he would play it every morning. And the other guy was starting to get pissed off. And then finally, I guess he had put a tape player in the guy's dressing room when they were getting him ready in makeup, and he played the song, and he had came out and they had a big old fight, and George Romero didn't know if they're going to be able to go on with filming the movie because they were fighting over that song. Because everywhere he went, he was playing that "Don't want no short people around here."
I always thought it was obvious that it wasn't about being short. I mean, nobody is prejudiced against short people. It's an anti-prejudice song, not about
Chick Norris said, "Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, just a moment. Be right back. I'm gonna let this cat freaking out. Hold on."
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Randy Newman. I like Randy Newman. I think he's talented.
It's funny. Star Trekkers like, what was I Love L.A. about? You ever listen to? I don't know L.A., but you ever listen to the words of I Love L.A. is actually a put down song of L.A. But
yeah,
he's listing all the bad areas in the town. He's not listing actually what's good in there. That part where he's talking about streets and stuff, it's none of the good.
Let's see the lyrics to that.
It's Randy Newman's pretty funny, I think. I mean, he's he wants to say something, but he never comes out and says it. You know, I mean, he loves
to see the lyrics.
He had the story of a rock and roll band, which was all about ELO. That wasn't very flattering either, you know.
No.
and he did, a song called Rednecks where he actually uses the N word, and it's like the chorus of that song is actually we're rednecks, we don't know our ass from a hole in the ground. Randy Newman was it's amazing that he had a hit because he was very controversial. I mean, that was like 1972 he's singing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm trying to think of the name. It was the title cut one of his records. He sings about how all the people of color got to America, and it's not, and it's true, but he makes it sound like it was so nice and everything, but it's not. And he's let you know it's not, but it's pretty. He still is a pretty interesting guy. He's not dead, but he's a funny guy too.
Yeah.
He was on Letterman around 1990. Maybe it was in the 90s. And Letterman was talking to him about the album with I Love LA. I forget what it's called. And he's like, wasn't that album in the chart for like a couple years? And he's like, I think it's still in the charts. It's a stayer or something like that. He has a name for it. I'm just like, it's so funny. It's like the Beatles 67 to 70 and Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon. It hung out in the lower realms of the charts for a long time, that album, for whatever reason. It just refused to go away.
Yeah. Sail Away. I like Sail Away. I know people are.
Yeah, Sail Away is the song I was thinking of. Sail Away is about how African Americans came to live in America, and it kind of tells it like it is, like it was. You know, he's a good guy, and he did a song, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago that was still really good. I can't think of what it's called.
I mean,
I Love My Life or something like that. And it's all about how he's rich now and blah. You know, he's just sarcasm. Everything he does.
I mean, my introduction to him, of course, was from Toy Story. That's how I got into Randy Newman.
Well, see, he wasn't being tongue-in-cheek there, but he became a soundtrack guy after that. He's done some legitimate soundtracks.
Well, before Toy Story, there was the movie Little Rascals, and there's a scene where they were going into the bank to meet with the banker, which was, God, what's that guy's name? Shit, I'm Stacey Nottingham, Mel something.
I don't know, it's been a while.
Who's the guy that does Spaceballs?
Mel Brooks.
Mel Brooks, yeah. Well, when they're going inside the bank to meet Mel Brooks, that song "Short People" played, and I was like, "What a funny ass song!" I was like, "Is this a real song?"
Yeah, apparently Randy's biggest hit by far. It was easily top 10 somewhere. I don't think it hit number 1, but
I do also remember I Love LA as well. As a matter of fact, Lindsey Buckingham and Christy McVie sings backing on that one.
But again, that was not a song praising LA. yeah, he's had one top 40 hit, Short People. Oh, it only got to 13. No, wait. Let me see. Yeah, 13.
Was that his biggest hit?
It's his only hit.
Oh, so I Love LA
wasn't even a hit. Not a top 40 hit.
Yeah, that's sad.
That got a lot of airplay, so that helped. But that was the 80s were a weird time. A lot of songs.
So you mean You Got a Friend of Me didn't chart?
Radio
you mean to tell me You Got a Friend of Me didn't chart at all?
No.
The song for Toy Story?
No, but there's songs that you'd swear, like Goodbye to You by Scandal, I'm not even sure was a hit. But a song I know wasn't a top 40 hit is I Melt With You, which everybody knows. Everybody would, that would have been a top 10 hit. Nope.
No?
Didn't even make the top 40. Nope.
What about Love Is on the Line?
Oh, Scandal?
Love's Got
a Line on You?
Yeah, Love's Got a Line on You.
I'll look up Scandal. It'd probably be under Patty Smythe, actually. The way this book works.
Let me see.
I'll look under Patty Smythe first.
I love Love's Got a Line on You. As a matter of fact, my dad said, his band used to play that song. He had a band back in the 80s, and he did that one.
She's Scandal, so she is under Scandal.
I also like Randy Newman's song in Monk.
Nope. Scandal's first and only hit is The Warrior. Wow. That's their only top 40 hit is The Warrior.
So not Love's Got a Line on You or Goodbye to You?
And Goodbye to You was on MTV like hourly. And but there's tons of songs like that. Everybody's Well, the Traveling Wilburys never had a top 40 hit, which I find absurd. But they didn't. I think Handle with Care reached like 46 or something like that. That's the highest it ever got. And
Yeah.
The other one got to like 60 something. End of the line. And She's My Baby probably didn't even reach the top 100.
Yeah.
Oh, I was taking a look because I think earlier we had like a troll in here. It was called like Sacramento Truth Movement. I think they were a troll or whatever. But I was like looking it up and stuff like this. Seems like they have multiple channels, but they're like straight up like they have 1, 2, and 3, and it's like they have the name and then 1 and 2 and 3. But it doesn't look like it's a troll account. It looks like it's like they actually are like asking honest questions. Like they're being like, "Are you racist?"
It reminds me of that.
When somebody introduces themselves by asking you if they're racist, not asking you an honest question.
Yeah, there's this one channel. There's this one channel that I watch. Yeah. I know this is kind of random, but he calls himself the Long Island Audited.
Really? What's that?
It's a guy who goes into public places and he films it because of his First Amendment rights.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, he's
I have a right to be here.
Yeah,
Why are you hiding stuff?
He got arrested in Connecticut.
Good night, Trish.
So ironic.
Oh, good night, Trish.
Good night, Trish.
You might have a right to go in someplace, but indoors, you don't have a right to film anywhere without permission. Outdoors, you do. Indoors, you don't have a right.
No, this guy's like pushing the boundaries, and he got arrested in one of his videos.
Yeah, he was like, I'll ask me, why are you racist? I'm like, oh, racist. Is this kind of like one of those questions, like when you go to the Museum of Tolerance, it's like, when you go to the Museum of Tolerance, they end up having like 2 doors. And when you walk in, there's like 2 doors, and one says, racist, and one says non-racist. And if you try and open the door that says non-racist, it won't open. You know?
Yeah.
But when you open the racist door, then it opens for you to continue with the tour. And it tells you when you walk in, it says everybody. And it's like this voice too. It's like in these speakers says really low. It's like everyone has a little bit of racist in them. It's like goes on. You're like, oh, okay.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. My mom sometimes can be one for certain
activities.
I agree with everybody. There's certain things people don't like, and somebody will call that racism. It doesn't matter. You don't like rap, you're a racist. No, I don't like rap. But you know what I mean. I mean, I consider it cultural. I think once upon a time it was skin color. Now I think it's cultural. It's a lack of understanding. I don't understand culture. I don't have anything in common with your culture. Therefore, you think I don't like you. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. But you think I don't because we don't have anything in common.
Mm-hmm. Like I don't like mushroom heads. I don't know. I'm like waiting for the day which bro.
I need to buy a new hat for the stream. Then I'm gonna go buy a new hat.
We need to take that hat and burn it. That hat's like ready to do its own stream.
I just got an idea for a show, a special.
Really?
Tell me what you think of this. Barely one-hit wonders. Ooh. Like I just looked up Ian Hunter to see if he had any hits. He didn't have any hits. So I looked up Mott the Hoople. They had one hit. All the young dudes made number 37. Barely one-hit wonders. maybe artists had one hit and it reached 35 or less.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to say something. Okay. Now, Beetle Babe, if you're out there, because I know you are a subscriber. Okay. I'm not insulting you, but didn't she say at one time that she had been with Ian Hunter? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I could have sworn I heard you say that in one of your streams, or in a stream that she had been with her.
Really?
Yeah, I was like,
well,
but she made it work. She made it work. If she did,
still she's
Well, no, she is. Yeah, she's a little bit older, but you know, she looks very young for her age. But yeah, I could have sworn she had said that in one stream.
What would Ian Hunter be doing with her?
In his 70s. Mm-hmm. Which, you know, that's at best.
Lisa, are you still in your hair? Yeah, she's shrooming.
Let me tell you something, Star Trekker. Let me tell you something, Star Trekker. The last time I voted on American Idol was when Clay Aiken was on American Idol. So that tells you how long ago I voted on American Idol.
I don't listen to people that get a career by winning a game show. There, I'm done.
I'm going to tell you this much, though. That hat, when it is done, it's like we're going to have a stream saying goodbye to the hat, and we're going to burn it. One's gotta go.
I'm gonna say something controversial in this stream, but I'm gonna say it.
Okay.
It's about American Idol. Only 2 people on American Idol actually have Kelly Clarkson and Carrie Underwood. The rest of them, what the heck happened to them? They won the show and nobody hears about them.
How many
career? No, one of them has a talk show.
Yeah, Jennifer Hudson. Clarkson. Yeah, Kelly Clarkson won, and Carrie Underwood. They're the only 2 that actually.
Hey, Jennifer Hudson went through some shit though, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. She did. But what I'm saying is, the people who win that show.
That's me.
All you win is I don't even know what it is now. Now that it's changed networks, and I don't even know what you win. But all you won was a recording contract, which means they'll pay for you to make a record. That's nothing about promoting the record, nothing about anything. Now, if it costs them a lot of money, they might want to put some money into promoting it. But other than that, that's it. You get a record out of it. That's it. That's
that is true, Trekker. That is true, but she didn't win the American Idol, but she did win an Oscar. Jennifer Hudson.
No, Jennifer Hudson didn't. That's what I know about American Idol.
I know a little too much about American Idol. Yeah, brace yourself, people.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what my hometown girl does after this. I really would hope that her career continues on and she still does.
Yeah, she's probably gonna have to have some outside help or something, because the people who win, their career doesn't actually really. I'm surprised, because the person who won last year before her, where's his career? The guy Ian Tongi.
Like I said, you just get a record contract, and it's not even with a major label, and I don't know if it ever was. It's just with.
But you know, the thing is that usually in American Idol, when they end up getting to that point where they end up getting to the final, you know, many contestants, all of those people are going to walk away with recording contracts anyway. It's just, you know, you've got all the recording. I mean, you've got all the record companies going ahead and they started feeding frenzy for those people.
Yeah.
You know, for all those people that are like the last 5, the last so many or whatever. So it's like, you know, it's like you don't necessarily have to win.
No, you don't. If you think about it, you don't.
They just want to cash in on those people, so they'll do one album and see how it. Unless it does really, really well, that's it. They're done.
I mean,
you know,
a good example.
Money, they're happy, and off find somebody else.
I mean, a good example is Adam Lambert.
You're making an album like every 7 years now. Anyway, a recording career these days is 3 albums.
Exactly. You don't have to win the show to actually make it, because a good example is when Chris Allen won and Adam Lambert ended up being the runner-up. Adam Lambert has a more successful career.
Well, I think Adam Lambert's had one of the most successful careers out of all of them.
He's
Kelly Clarkson.
Kelly Clarkson won. And then Carrie Underwood. But what I'm thinking about is the ones who have won and the ones who didn't win and end up having a more successful career than the one who won. I mean, there's been many that have won, like David Cook won, and where is he? He's probably, you know, working at Burger King.
Working at Burger King. You know, you never know.
I mean, I wish success for this girl that wins this year. I hope she breaks the curse of, you know, people.
It's not a curse. It's just you're just taking advantage of. You can't. If you're good, you're good. You can't have a music career because you won a game show.
I mean, if you think about it,
there's no way to get a career. I mean,
now another person comes to mind who did not win. So there's a singer that did not win. I think season 5 was it season 5 or 6 of The Voice. Melanie Martinez. And she went on to become really big.
I mean, think about it. In the history of game shows, besides talent shows, there's only been, to my knowledge, one person that's ever got a career out of winning a game show, and that's Ken Jennings. No one else in the history of game shows has ever gotten a career out of winning a game show.
I like Ken Jennings.
I like him better than I ever thought I would. He's actually a decent host.
I mean, I thought I would hate him because of Alex Trebek.
David Cook is getting the gum off drive-through at Hot Dog on a Stick. Okay, there you go.
That's a good question.
Fans, because this happened a few years ago when they found out Alex was sick when he first got diagnosed with cancer, and most people that watch Jeopardy didn't notice this, didn't know that's what they were doing. They knew that they were, because he was diagnosed immediately with stage 4. They're like, this isn't good. So they had this, I forgot what they called it, but it was a tournament with all of the biggest winners in Jeopardy history.
Yeah.
I don't know how many of them, 9, 10, 12, however many. That was actually about finding a new host for Jeopardy. That's what that was about. It wasn't we just want to have these great winners. It was like, who could replace Alex Trebek?
I mean, didn't have that other guy?
People in mind, and basically that whole tournament was they were auditioning to be the host of Jeopardy.
I mean, it's pretty obvious when you think about it because they had this original guy, Mike Richards, who was gonna host Jeopardy, and then he said some racist thing. I mean, it's pretty obvious that Ken Jennings just was made for the role, I think. It's just something about Ken Jennings. I don't know.
I'm wrong. I just remembered there's she was just on a tournament while I was in mom jail. I forget her name, but she went on to be the expert in the chase. So I guess there's 2 people that have gotten careers from games.
Well, because it was Ken Jennings. Ken Jennings hosted it, and Mayan, what's her name? Mayan Bialik or something.
Yeah.
The one
Mayan Bialik, yeah.
Yeah, the one that was on Big Bang Theory, which I've been binge watching. Don't ask, but yeah, I've been binge watching Big Bang Theory.
Have any of you seen the documentary that came out not too long ago? I think, well, no, it's probably been a while now. It's probably been like maybe close to 8 years for all I know. This documentary came out about the guy who completely broke the system and figured out the system to, what was it? The Price is Right.
Yeah.
And he totally like beat The Price is Right. I guess they said that he had like studied it for years and years and years. And he totally broke their system. And he went on The Price is Right and he just like tore them a new one. And that Drew Carey was like just totally pissed off and said, I never want to see this son of a bitch on my show again.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And I guess Drew Carey got called out for it. He's like, I didn't exactly put it like that. And like, yeah, you put it like that. You said, I don't want to see this motherfucker around here again. That's how you said it.
Yeah.
You know?
I can't blame him. The guy didn't cheat. It's like if you go to Vegas and you figure it out. Are you cheating? They say you are, but you're not. Really.
I mean, wasn't Ben Affleck banned from that?
It's like the guy on Press Your Luck in the 80s. He didn't cheat either. He just figured it out.
Yeah.
He didn't cheat.
But they said that before he had gone on the show and did it himself, that he was going and he was showing up to like, you know, being in the studio audience and he was yelling out the numbers to people that were up on stage.
That's not cool.
And he said only so many of the people were hip enough to realize that he knew what he was talking about and they would listen to him. Not all participants would listen to him, but afterwards a good number were starting to listen and they were starting to win.
Yeah.
You know, and I guess, you know, CBS is like, we're starting to have a problem here. You
mean, you remember the guy on that show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire that supposedly cheated? Or something in the UK? Like, he got the answers. He got the answers.
Yeah. No. His wife was looking stuff up and coughing. Yeah.
Yeah. But my favorite moment in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire when the guy called his dad and he's like, I just wanted to call you, but I don't really need your help. The answer is Richard Nixon. And he won $1 million.
Have you guys ever watched Leon Lush?
No.
He's this guy he's like a reaction channel, I guess, on YouTube and stuff. And he he points out different funny TV or whatever. He had found this TV show. I forgot what the name of the TV show was, but what it was you have to answer questions truthfully. And you go level by level and stuff. And like the higher up you go, of course, the more money you get, for answering these questions truthfully. But when you get to a certain point, you could always turn around and say, no, I don't want to answer that question. No, okay, I'm out.
To tell
That's
the
enough.
truth?
To tell the truth. I think that was it. And stuff. And they would get people up there, they would get to the highest level. They would start asking women, do you regret marrying your husband? And they'd be like, no. And they'd be like, oh, that's a lie. It's stuff you lose. Or they would tell them stuff like, have you ever considered sleeping with your husband's best friend? And you have to be like, no, that's a lie. And they would take your money away. So it was like that kind of, but also it was like funny because you'd have family members there. So
yeah,
say if they turn around and they say, do you, have you ever cheated on your husband with da 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 da? And if your husband doesn't want to fucking hear it, he could turn around and hit the button and be like, no, that's it. We're out. I don't want to hear it. And they, that's like your automatic get out, and stuff like that. And it's funny because there's been a lot of instances where they ask questions like, have you ever cheated on your wife? And a brother will hit the fucking button and be like, no, we're not going there. Type shit. But it was really good. I mean, some of the ones I saw, there was one where I guess it came out that, the husband was gay and he had been with her brother. I mean, there was horrible ones. I'm pretty sure a lot of them were probably manufactured for effect and shit like that. Of course. I mean, it's TV. Come on. Can you trust them?
Yeah. I mean, there are some there's some weird shows out there. There's one in Japan where they have to eat these things to find out if it's chocolate or not chocolate. It's an actual show in Japan. Yeah, they eat stuff.
Ew.
Yeah. And you remember that thing we saw one time? That show on the UK where you date someone based on their body parts and they had no clue.
Yeah. Oh my God. Did we watch it? Did we watch that with you, Tim?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tim's like, yeah, I was there. I'll admit I was there.
I'm like, how did they get away with that on TV?
Well, in the UK, you can. They have the watershed in the UK, and if it's on after the watershed, anything goes.
Does that have something to do with YouTube, though, too? Because, I mean, YouTube has it on YouTube as plain as day, and they don't take it down.
I was on YouTube. Well, now they've relaxed everything, but then I don't know how it's on YouTube.
Yeah, because, I mean...
Did you watch that video that I sent you?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Oh my God.
That's the kind of stuff you can put on YouTube now.
It's crazy because YouTube is, but you know what? YouTube is, it's like, okay, YouTube, I can go ahead and I can pull out my pecker, but I can't play the Beatles.
No.
Yeah. Well, it's all about money. Again, it's all about money, And
yeah.
They're
YouTube
making
wants
money
to make money
by women wearing transparent clothing and absolutely nothing underneath. They're making money.
I was like, she left nothing to the imagination. I mean, you were able to see everything.
There was not, there's tons of those, but she's one I thought you might like.
Oh yeah, yeah. But it was like crazy. I'm just like, wow. So I can go ahead and I can pull up my balls, but I can't play Helter Skelter.
So you can show your naked self on YouTube.
Well, you say don't get no ideas.
Transparent clothing you can, and that you don't have to wear underwear either. Nothing. Just there you are.
Look out! There goes Lisa's mind. She's like, I'm gonna start the push to 2,000 subscribers.
And more and more of those channels.
I'm not gonna do that.
There's hundreds of them now. All girls do try on transparent clothing, and I guarantee every one of them is making money. I guarantee that.
I mean, if you think about it, you got OnlyFans, and women go on OnlyFans and they show their whole body for money.
Yeah. Well, now you do it on YouTube. You just have to put on something. It doesn't put on something. It doesn't have to cover anything up.
I mean, there are lonely men out there that will go and see
and,
that.
And it doesn't even have to cover the parts that before had to be censored. I've seen women wear like these net dresses where the holes are, this big. And that's fine as long as it's on you, and as long as it goes just below your little hoochie, then you're good to go. And it's like, well, what's the point? You're wearing some string.
You got a man in PA with his 87 accounts that's gonna be watching that.
Well, it's like before it was like if you did something like that, it had to be. Under the you had to say that it was under like educational purposes.
Fair use.
Like you did, fair. Yeah.
Most of them still say that, but you couldn't do it. But I watched the channel because the girl was really nice, and I thought she was attractive, and she was Italian. I couldn't understand a word she said, but I liked that was part of it. I liked, and there was no translation or anything, and she lost her channel over stuff that wasn't anything as bad as the video I sent you, and she's gone now. And I feel sorry for people that were doing that, because now you can do so much worse, and it's absolutely fine.
I mean, there's people out there that will watch that. I'm sorry, Trekker, but yeah, men who watch those kind of things, they are indeed lonely.
Ooh, Davey. I mean, I don't know about that. I ain't getting involved in that.
Yeah.
That's between you and Trekker. You guys can go ahead and ask each other that question.
Yeah, that is that's a boat I'm getting off of.
Yeah, Renee Kerman. I mean, over there, it's like he made a mistake. He said something really stupid. I think he wasn't really understanding what the weight of what he was saying actually was. And of course, what ended up happening was that. Of course, she used it as fodder, and that's what it is. So, let's see, Davey, I have a space in between my name. I can't answer that. There you go. So I have a space between my name. I can't answer that. It's all their drama over there.
Yeah.
That's what they do. What was the name? They're TNT. They do drama.
No, they're Bravo.
No, it was TNT, remember? Wasn't that the commercial? It's all TNT, we do drama.
Oh, we do drama?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, we're TNT, we do drama. Yeah, but I remember before, that's what it always was. It's like, like you could have full-on vaginal exams where they were opening it up and everything, but as long as it was under education.
They got rid of all that stuff. They got rid of everything. As best they could. They had any nudity in it for quite a while.
Yeah.
Like there used to be these free nipple women, and they would go, and all those and they're gone too. They got. And
I remember the free the nipple movement.
It up again, so you can do whatever you want, and they do.
I remember the free the nipple movement was when all the lactation channels came in. There was all these lactation channels, and it was all, educational purposes. Like all these chicks are like milking themselves. I'd be like, oh damn, that's how I found Lisa's channel. But
because that quote unquote is educational, but
yeah, that's how I found Lisa's channel. It's like, oh damn, groovy Lisa lactation. Oh my goodness, let's see who this chick is.
You never know. You never know what you're gonna get. You should go subscribe to my OnlyFans. Just kidding, I don't have
your OnlyFans. It's like one of these days Lisa's going to be like, oh, wow, I really do want that pre-order. Just go, OnlyFans is going to pop up.
No, but it's just, I feel like you have to have a certain kind of body to do OnlyFans. You can't be ugly and do OnlyFans.
Let me see. It says, I bought on my own free with Maka and James. And Paulina said, you can see if you don't know how my surgery is going to be this summer.
Luck.
There you go.
So if anybody wants to know how my surgery is going to be, you can always Google, look it up on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's going to be good.
And Davey said, thanks, Star Trekker. That's an answer. I mean, I really thought that was supposed to be like, Well, I mean, first of all, they really, really, really had to prove it that she bought subs and stuff like that. But
yeah,
you know, that's one of the reasons why I've always, been like, only have 300 something. I'm like, I'm cool, I'm good.
Yeah, I never. They go away anyway. I mean,
yeah, eventually they fall off.
Yeah.
So,
like I know that Richard, Dolan, he had like about the same amount of subs I think that like James had, and a lot of his fell off. But I think that he thinks that he did something wrong. I think it just happened. They fall off. Sometimes it happens, or sometimes YouTube finds some of them and they go ahead and they start pulling them off.
Exactly.
But I think like Richard really beat himself up about it. Like, what did I do? My subs are dropping. No, they're not even watching you, Richard. Yeah, they're not watching you, Richard.
Random subs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that's not your content doesn't matter to them.
I don't understand that. I used to understand it because before StreamYard and all that stuff, if you wanted to do a live stream, you had to have a certain amount of views and over 1,000 subs.
Yeah.
So you could get one. So I understand it then. But then YouTube got rid of that, and StreamYard on these other services came in anyway. So you can have 4 subs and do a live stream. So why do you care? If you're not monetized, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Exactly. That was like so funny. Like Trigger said, Maka messaged me saying trolls took his subs. No one took his subs.
No.
They just kind of fell. They fell off and they got found out.
And you get YouTube.
Yeah.
Tracker, people have said that about me. When they looked me up, they're like, this girl likes too much K-pop. Unsub.
Really? I was like, I typed in mushrooms and it came up.
No, you know what? No, one time someone was looking for I don't know what it was, some like flea market video, and that's how they found me.
I typed in sauteed mushrooms and it said Goo Release, and it was a picture of y'all. I was like, oh, what the hell?
If I'm a person, wait, I'll show you my alter ego. This is who I am. I'll show you who I am.
Okay.
My alter ego.
Is it going to be Toad from Super Mario Brothers?
Probably, yeah.
Probably, yeah. Probably, yeah.
No, I'll look up my actual. Let me see.
I got to jump on top of like Rachel's head to like get real big, like Mario Brothers.
Yeah.
What's the name of that noise? I don't know. I should download that noise every time like Lisa talks. Goes. When they jump on the mushroom.
Yep, the coin thing.
Mm-hmm. No, not the coin thing. When they jump on the mushroom and it makes that noise, whatever it is. Yeah. Damn, Lisa is really like going like full on like fast mode. You can hear her typing like a mofo. Like she's a Super Mario Brothers mushroom head.
Oh, that's
so. Why do I keep popping up?
I was looking at Bob Marley, trying to find a picture of Bob. Oh, there I go. That's me. That's me. Da, 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 da. Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey guys. Oh, I that's my catchphrase. I can't say anything else.
It's all, hey guys. Hey guys. Well, I mean, that hat is still better than this one, though.
Yeah, that was a look.
That was a look. It was a look. So that picture's there. There you go. Hey, Mon.
You know that picture.
Hey, Mon.
That picture, I didn't know it was happening, and then Dusty messaged me, and he's like, "You look like a homeless person."
I was like, what the fuck? I turned around. I was like, that was on my. I think I took that from my phone because I was like picking up groceries and bringing them in the house, and I was like, oh, wait a minute, and I got a notification for You're Live. And when I got the notification, I tried and looked at it. I was like, what the fuck?
Okay, let me explain myself.
I was like, what the hell?
That night, I was like...
You were dyeing your hair.
Yes, and I had an extra Walmart bag. So I put it over my head. Yeah, and I didn't think anything of it. I just wanted to stream, and I was like, well, I'm getting a lot of viewers.
I don't think you knew that they had chosen that for the.
Thumbnail. Have you seen the other thumbnails? Remember that other thumbnail that they had for my channel where I looked like I was throwing up?
There was one. There was that one, and there was another one where it looked like you were farting or pooping.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was another one where you're out.
I mean, have you seen a picture of me as a baby? You have that picture of me as a baby? I got quite the expression.
Yeah. Lisa's got all kinds of expressions.
I'm good at expressions.
Well, but yeah, but thing strange is that Dolan kept all his subs. I mean, he did. I mean, he lost subs. But James kept subs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. His subs never left. So, unless maybe I think what happened with James, I think he's under the radar. Probably.
Yeah.
He was just under the radar, and then I don't think he had that many to begin with, and I think Richard had quite a few. It's a fucking Cupid doll. No, I think that Richard had a whole lot more. So when he went up, it was like he might have popped up on the radar. Or whatever,
yeah, Richard. I was looking at Richard's channel. He has a video where he reviews food, and it's pretty funny.
He used to do sodas and all kind of stuff like that, but I remember they used to laugh all the time. Well, they used to tell me they used to laugh all the time because he would say that he was trying a soda for the first time, but it would already be open and partially drunk. Yeah.
Half gone.
Yeah.
Bottle was half empty.
Yeah. And he'd be like, "Oh, this is my first time reaction." And he'd turn around and take a drink. He'd be like, "Oh."
I mean, the monkeys have that soda that's it's acquired taste, banana something or rather.
They have a soda that's like bananas?
Yeah, the monkeys, they have a soda with banana in it.
Interesting.
Right up your alley, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, that's the biggest banana I ever had. That's what she said. Oh, yeah, I love my bananas.
We have so many pictures of you eating bananas on many occasions.
I mean, has people outside of the YouTube sphere seen those pictures and they're like, "What the fuck?"
I don't know if they have or not. But I mean, we have so many. I mean, you've had so many unusual moments, so it's just
oh yeah.
Yeah, you've had so many unusual moments.
But I am so good at facial expressions. You gotta hand it to me. Oh, yeah. My hair looked really hot in that picture. I'll say that.
Was it last stream we were talking about something that had to do with sex and stuff, and I was pulling that one up, and then Mason was laughing, and I was like, "Oh, don't even laugh, Mason." I was like, "What are you laughing at?"
I had a Photoshop picture of him with a hot dog in his mouth, and I lost it.
We were like, "What are you laughing at, Mason?" He's all, "What?"
Thank you, Belle. I was about 3 in that picture.
Oh, goodness. Oh, look we have your friend, Machete Girl.
Yeah.
She's cracking us up.
You know Machete Girl, I went with her to the tattoo parlor one time.
Uh-huh.
She was getting a tattoo, so she got the devil's pentagram in red on her arm. And the guy looked at me and I was like, "Yeah, I'm just here for moral support. I'm afraid of needles. I'm not going to get a tattue."
She's getting it. Uh-oh.
She had a lot of tattoos on her.
Oh, no.
How did you acquire that? Whoa.
He got it from Danny After Dark. I'm just kidding.
Oh, Danny After Dark was in love with him.
After I kept it because I felt sorry for Invisible Ray after he accidentally got caught, and then every time Mason got the chance, he would show that picture.
Yeah, I know.
When Mason accidentally turned his camera on one day with no shirt on, and somebody captured it. When I got my copy, I kept it as revenge.
There's a picture on the net.
Fan, but at the same time, fair play.
Yeah.
So.
But one thing you gotta give Invisible Ray is that he turned around, he did do that stream. I mean, he didn't keep it up, but he did that one video where he came out and he was like, "This is what I look like. This is me." So you got to give him that. It's he showed everybody who he was and stuff like that.
He's not nearly as bad as most of his followers.
Yeah.
Some of the followers can be bad. Yeah. A lot of them have calmed down though. But, a lot of them calm down, but there's.
I just don't get the drama.
Yeah.
I did Mayo's stream last night, and afterwards, his guest. I felt sorry for him because he didn't have any guests like him up, and two other people followed me up, and I'm like, oh well, I don't need to be here anymore. But then as soon as his camera goes off and we're backstage, all he does is talk about drama, and all the other two guys were like, oh man,
I mean Mayo.
And I'm just sitting there going, oh, shut up,
Come on, Mayo. Mayo's out there, looking up Hobbit feet.
They're praising. Well, I'm not going to say the name, but the person I think is the biggest troll in the VC, and you guys, I think, know who it is, who I think it is, and they're praising that person, and I'm just like, oh, if you guys only knew. I just thank God you guys was coming up, and I had an excuse to leave. I was just like, oh.
I think the thing is like, with my stream, what I try and do is I give everybody an equal, everyone here gets equal treatment in the peanut gallery.
Yeah.
And I let them say whatever they're going to say.
Yep.
As long as it isn't too vicious. If it isn't vicious, then I don't worry about it. Like if they turn around and they said, "Oh well, Lisa, you're a this, that." Well, then of course, then you have to address it. And you have to be like, okay, well, you can't be saying that. But I don't like people like Davey Strangename. Okay, on the other channels, they're fucking constantly attacking him, and this and that. It's like, what, he does his thing. He does what he does, and it is what it is. I've never really seen him do anything that was like really, really vicious. No. And there's people out there would say, "Are you fucking crazy? He did this, he did that." I'm like, well, if you don't take yourself that seriously, he wouldn't affect you.
Yeah,
but if you take your,
I had so many discussions with like Joe, saying, why do you care? Just ignore it. They're not there. They're not part of your life. My channel's too big. I need to know what everybody's saying about me, and it's just,
why worry so much about it?
That stuff. Just ignore it. And it will go away if you ignore it, and the thing is, he talks about it, and then it just gets worse, and you can't understand why it's getting worse.
You kind of have to reach a point where you kind of ignore that noise, because in the beginning, when I was doing YouTube, I used to get insecure about people talking about my weight, and so that used to affect me. But then as time gone on, I realized these are just people behind an account with no avatar. And they're just, they're bored with themselves.
They're not real until you meet somebody. But none of you guys are real as far as my life goes. You're just faces that come on a screen and I talk to, and that's it. And it can't be any more than that.
Let me take off my mask and show you my animatronic.
It's almost AI in a way,
Yeah. I think one of the other things too that people need to realize too is like, if it gets too hot, it's okay to just go ahead and turn the computer off for a while.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's like, and I think a lot of these people can't do that. It's like, what, they turn around and like the trolls get to them and they start telling them this, start telling them that. And it's like, and they want to fight back. It's like, what, you can go ahead and be like, oh, hey, it's getting a little bit hot here. You know what? I'm going to log off, you guys, and then take a week off, and it cools down. It's like,
I've left this stream before because I'm like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at anybody. And I'm not mad at anybody because I didn't stay. If I stayed, I'd get mad at people.
Yeah.
I just think some people just can't live without YouTube. I think for some people, YouTube is their life. Well, and they just can't, they can't see themselves doing something else besides YouTube.
I'm the most isolated person that I know. And I could live without YouTube as far as participating in it. If you leave YouTube, it doesn't mean you can't watch videos. And
same here. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
You could still, but don't watch the videos about you. I don't get that.
Sometimes I do.
It's like me. I've gone on hiatuses like Tim, where it's like me. I'm very good at like kind of like seeing what's coming down the road. And it's like when certain things end up happening, I can turn around and say, oh, that's going to fucking get me wrapped up in it. And I turn around and go like, I'm going to take off for a while. So then I'll take off for like a week or two, and I'll watch those streams, and I'll comment here to somebody, comment there to whatever, but I'll stay out of it. And usually it ends up dying down, and that's what I end up doing. It's like, I know when to take breaks.
Yeah.
I know when it's break time, time to stay out of it. It's break time.
Yeah. I think people need to realize that.
Because I mean, you got to admit, we're not making fucking money here. We're not changing the world here. Shit like that. It's like we're just supposed to be having fun here. When it's not fun, take a break.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it is.
Know that too. He's like, I'm not morning streams anymore because I'm a little burnt out. I'm like, well, just stop. It becomes a job. What's the point?
I mean, if you're burnt out by it, if you're burnt out by doing streams and streams are not bringing you joy anymore, it's okay to say, I am tired of doing streams. I'm going to take a break. You need to, prioritize your mental health. Why continue to do streams if you're not enjoying it? When YouTube becomes a thing that you don't enjoy or you're not into anymore, then you just got to take a break from it and do other things that bring you joy. You can't always be happy with YouTube.
But take a break from it. Don't shut your channel down.
No.
I hate
Yeah.
I've done that many times,
Don't do a Bobby Z. Don't do a Bobby Z. Come on.
You can leave your channel up and walk away for a little while.
Yeah.
You don't have to take everything down to walk away for a week.
I mean, when that one guy Fit to Be Tie-Dye took down his channel and said, I'm done with the bullshit. I'm like, dude, are you really?
Well, I mean, he ended up coming back.
Yeah, he did.
Like that.
It's funny. He even got mad at me for a while, and I'm like, why? I think he was mad at me because I'm one of Mayo's friends. But I was like, I defended the guy more than anybody did because I'm like, if anybody wants to know anything about anything Canadian Beatle-wise, that's the channel to go to. And it's a shame that it got shut down and now all of that information isn't there anymore. And next thing I know, he's writing me these bad comments on Facebook. And I'm like, all I said was to the good, it's a shame that we don't have this resource anymore.
Yeah.
Like, what did I say that was bad? I don't know. He likes me again now, so I don't know what that was.
And let's see, we have a Davy Strange Ape. What is up, Strange Ape? I'm assuming that you're here and your name is a takeoff on Davy Strange name.
Ah.
So there you go. So I will let you and Strange name go at that.
Yeah.
But hey, what is up, Davy? Davy number 2.
Welcome to the stream.
I'm
guessing that's Davy Strange name's other account.
Could be. Or it could be. Or I'll do what they do. I'm not going to say what channel, but Well, it's fucking Dobbs. Dobbs. Dobbs, it's you, Dobbs.
It could be Trekker, because Trekker might have gotten bored.
Yeah. Well, Trekker is another one. Doesn't he have like multiple accounts?
Trekker's got admirers all over the country of Philippines.
Yeah, he does.
I even have
Trekker's cool though.
Now because I had to make this one to get my phone to work, but I've never used it. I don't even know.
I got 2 channels on YouTube. I got a K-pop channel. I got this one.
And then she's got an OnlyFans. So it's like,
maybe I'll out myself. What's my?
Well.
I can figure it out.
If I had an OnlyFans, I could make lots of
shit.
Wow, that's a weird name.
Dave Strange Ape said, I'm not Dobbs. He's the albino grillo. I'm the Strange Ape.
The guy's got good grammar. The guy's got good grammar. There you go. So we know.
Oh, hey, Martin, what's up? You sound check on Davy Strange Ape, likes James down, background check, then blame Dobbs every time. There you go. That's what they end up doing. It's like every time it's like anything weird inside, and they're like, it's Dobbs. It's Dobbs.
Dobbs has messaged me and told me he's retired from doing those trolls.
Yeah, weird. Yeah, it's like he's already established himself, and it's like he's like, oh, I ain't gotta mess with that shit no more.
He's like, I thought about it in the past, and he's like, I'm not doing that anymore. He's like, I'm too busy with my job and my wife and my kids. He goes, I don't have time to be trolling anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, and besides, it's like you go over to that other channel and you troll. It's like they turn around and knock you down right away. So it's like whatever. On Jim's stream, they were saying stuff about Anne Frank to get kicked out. I mean, right now, to tell you the truth, Martin McGrath, it's like anything that has to do with Jews or Jewish, anything to do with that, it's like it's getting freaking tight out there, man.
You have to be careful about things like that.
It's like even if the person who was like, running the stream doesn't say anything about it, doesn't do anything about it, they're just doing their shit. It's just like right now, it's like that's just a hot button subject. Yeah, and it's gonna be for a while.
I'm not gonna say anything about that because that's
all of 2024 is gonna be that bad. I think when it comes to that and stuff like that. So
I mean, there's people that I'm gonna say it on here, but there's people on here that are getting on celebrities and blocking them because they're not talking about.
Excuse me.
They're not talking about Palestine. People are going crazy about that.
It's like when it comes to those type of opinions, stuff like that, it's like, I have my friends that I end up having those discussions with, and I'll discuss that type of stuff with, but it's like, I just don't really discuss that stuff on, on streams. It's like, you're not going to get anywhere. Because, I mean, the thing is, you may end up having the people on your panel agree with you. You may have a few people who, agree with you in the peanut gallery, but you're going to have a whole shitload of people that aren't going to agree with you. And it's just going to go,
yeah.
It just all goes bad.
I'm going to go through my background and see what I got.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Did, I think maybe Tim's internet went out, maybe?
I hope he comes back.
Remember? David Strange James said, "Hey, Morton.
Remember when I had this background for a long time because I thought I lived in a rich house?
Oh, that was when you were moving in with your sugar daddy?
You know what? A lot of young people have sugar daddy. Well, not a lot of young people, but...
Lisa has a sugar daddy. That's her OnlyFans house right there.
You know what's so funny?
This is why I do my OnlyFans.
You know what's so funny is, I just think about all the celebs that have it. I think Cardi B has an OnlyFans, and I'm not surprised.
You know what, Martin McGrath? I'm going to go ahead. This is what I'm going to say about the whole thing, about the Renee Kerman thing. I'm going to give my opinion about it.
Oh.
Which I probably shouldn't weigh in, but I'm going to give my opinion of it. So why not? It's my stream. I think that we have to understand that Renee Kerman is developmentally disabled. There are people that are on different, and I wouldn't even say that I think he's on the spectrum. I think that it's something else.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm going to sleep now. I'm so offended by Lisa showing that me dress, you murderer. Okay, good night, Trekker.
Oh, sorry.
What I think it is I think he did not understand what he was saying fully. A lot of people would argue with me saying, no, he knew everything he was saying and that I'm giving him excuses, but I really don't think he knew the weight of what he was saying. I really don't think he did. And I think when he got the reaction from people, then he realized what the weight of what he said was. But when he realized what the weight of what he said was and people were like, attacking him for it, he got thrown under the bus and used for fodder.
Yeah.
He got used for clicks and views. His whole situation.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is over there. So, I'm sorry, but when it comes to being over there, it's like, fuck around and find out. If you haven't fucking learned by now, I don't know what to tell you. All you have to do is hang out there for a couple of weeks and see how it works.
Yeah, it just should have not been said, period. I think, in my opinion. Renee should have just not said it.
Everyone, sooner or later, everybody over there gets fucked. Let's put it that way. Sooner or later, you hang out there long enough, you will get fucked. Yeah, it's just the way it is. Luckily, I was one of the ones who took off before I had a chance to get fucked.
Me too.
But I still got used in some small, not as big as Lisa and Paulina, but I did get used in some small bit as a little bit of drama, a little bit of you.
I mean, when you hang out,
so.
I mean, when you hang out with the short people, that's what happens.
Hey, Tim.
Hey.
Hey, Timmy.
Yeah, Martin's saying use trick clicks. You shouldn't have said it, but let's just. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know what? I think when he had given his apology, I think he really, he was being sincere. I think he really didn't realize the weight of what he was saying, and he really did at that moment. And I think his apology was sincere. You know. So.
Yeah, that is very true, Martin. Mm-hmm. That is very true. Some of the people on YouTube are more unstable than Tim's internet connection.
For real.
Well, I mean,
this is my phone. My phone died, and I always forget to charge my phone. My phone died. And I mean, there's a lot of back after it got.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of dysfunction here on YouTube. It's just you got to learn how to navigate it. That's all.
Yeah.
You got to learn to navigate it.
The vinyl community was way more stable before everybody started streaming.
I agree. I agree with you.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I agree with exactly what Vinyl Richie said. He said the same thing. He said live streams were the end of the vinyl community. I think they were, but unfortunately, I mean, that's the only VC I know. Well, no, I'm a liar because I mean, I followed the VC before the live streams.
Yep.
So I was following the VC, but when I came in and decided to become a part or try and, you know, get involved, it was already a live stream era. It was the live stream era, big time. It wasn't the era of like, you know, everybody making their videos on each other or whatever if they wanted to say something.
Before the pandemic, YouTube was like television, and the vinyl community was like television. You know, you watch people's channels. You literally, it was like a channel. And now all of a sudden, live streaming came, and now they're your acquaintances. You know, they're your friends, and that changes. It's not just a channel that you watch anymore. No. And you see more how they really are. They're not putting on the act that they are in their video.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
They're not just showing records and smiling. They're saying.
And then you get a lot of people. You get a lot of people who just do live streams and they do their videos via StreamYard. They don't do actual filming of their content.
Well, one of the things that you get a lot of people that come on and they do their streams, they talk a whole lot of shit, and then they think they can go ahead and what we call dirty delete it. So it's like they say a bunch of like horrible shit, and then they go, okay, well then bye, and then they go ahead and they delete it. So they think there is no, you know, there's no evidence of it. And that was one of the things that I think Davey Strangename stopped. Davey Strangename and Stark. That was one of the things they came in and they stopped because they held people accountable. In other words, like you could say shit and be stupid, but there was a good chance that somebody was out there capturing it.
Yeah.
You know, so. Yeah, like Vinyl Richie said, I still prefer watching VC videos over live streams. I do too. And, you know, I tell you, I think that back in the earlier days of the VC, like I said, I was watching it like, you know, pre-pandemic. You know, like Lisa had said, you know, it's like if you had a beef with someone, it's like I think a lot of beefs died really early because like say if like Lisa pissed me off, that meant that I had to go ahead and get my camera ready. I had to get my editing program ready. I had to get my shit ready, and I had to turn around. And by the time I got all that shit ready, the fire was kind of gone. Yeah. And I wasn't as angry anymore. So maybe that video did not get made.
And
you know.
I want to clarify the friends thing that I was talking about. They were channels. You had friends. I considered Mayo my friend before I ever did a live stream. But it was more like a pen pal. You know, you write a comment in this thing, and then he'd answer your comment. It was more like pen pals. You know, you didn't really know the person. It was just you wrote to them, and they wrote you back. You know, and this live streaming changed all that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the whole thing with live streaming is definitely something that is taking over the vinyl community. Like, I see Grant, if you're out there, Grant, I see you live like 24/7 pretty much. But I just think that, you know, people just don't put any more effort into their videos anymore. They just go, they turn on their live stream, and they film a video.
It's too easy. It's too easy. You know, it's
just YouTube in general. It's not.
I know, but it's just like they're not filming with their actual phones or editing the video. They're just letting them.
There are still people out there that put tons of time into their videos.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's still the channels that are actually profitable
Mm-hmm.
are still doing that. There's the guy in the suit, and there's I'm not going to name any names, but there's a little fashion model lady, and there's
her channel,
Ryan
yeah.
Belgium, and you know, there's
Mm-hmm.
still channels out there that are doing quite well and making, you know, quality
Yeah,
videos.
that fashion model lady blew up.
There's too many to keep up with, Richie. There's too many. If you like, you know, and if you're a big channel, you know, and you have all those people, there's too many. If they're talking about you or whatever, it's like, how can you keep up with that shit? It's like,
I mean, I'm subscribed to so many channels. I'm subscribed to so many channels.
Mm-hmm. Why would you
and
want?
It's just hard to keep up with them.
I think it's like with me, it's like I only have a few channels that I really watch. It's like I watch Doc Dawkins, I watch Mayo from time to time. I watch Bizarro when he goes live.
Yeah,
if Randy goes live, I watch Randy. Ryan Kidd and Dr. October, I watch them. Once in a while, I'll watch All the World's a Stage, not all the time. There's only certain channels that I'll watch when they go live.
I mean, it's yeah.
But as far as other content, I have a lot of easy channels I watch. But,
I don't. I'm on more shows than I watch. And that's the truth. That's the truth.
Yeah.
As far as live streaming goes, that's the truth. I'm on more than I actually watch.
I mean, there's so many of them out there that it's hard to keep up. But when I think about it, I watch Bizarro. I watch Royce.
Yeah, Royce in the house. Yeah, I watch him also.
I watch. Who else I watch?
For right now, he might start again.
I'm thinking who else do I watch?
I'm only doing a stream or two a week, and that includes.
That's about it. Bizarro and Royce in the house. I watch them the most.
But I mean, there's a lot that are like in that circle over there. I mean, I'm not going to get into it that I won't watch because I know that they're pretty much extensions of that, so I won't watch them. You know, I have that also. You know, I won't talk bad about them or anything like that because, you know, I don't really know them, but I know they're kind of like an extension and stuff like that. Mayo must do 2 or 3 live streams a day.
He's only doing like 2 a week now, including his movie one. And he might pop up at the record store and do one.
Is he slowing? He's starting to slow it down,
he's not doing his morning ones anymore. And that Tuesday one's going to end in a couple weeks, and then he won't even do that because he's burnt out of it. He says, and blah blah blah.
Well, I mean, it's a lot. I would think to do like every single morning, like, you know, Rachel does. I mean, I couldn't do it. I mean, I remember I was burning out just doing every night. Remember I was doing every night 8:30?
Yep.
It was just I was burning out on that. You know, it was like, damn, every night I was like trying to be on and I was like, for what, you know?
People keep wanting me to do a 45 stream, and I don't want.
Those are good. Those are good, actually.
Yeah, but I don't want to get a strike.
Mm-hmm.
And every time somebody gets a strike, and we know what we're talking about here, Dusty. I don't. Not that I'm even using my YouTube channel, but I just don't want one. You know. So I don't know. I thought about it tonight, and then you came on. Good. I don't have to do it tonight.
Richie, you're thinking about Dolan and Lisa.
Oh, people made that rumor all the time about me. Well, you know, Dolan.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Dolan wanted that to happen, but no.
Oh man,
he wanted Lisa's OnlyFans.
Yeah, well, get in line, Dolan.
But I actually spent a couple days organizing all of my good 45s and picture sleeves, like my best ones, my prized ones, and I put them away and they actually have a home now. So I kind of don't want to get them all out to do a 45 stream.
Yeah.
And those are the ones that are least likely to get me a strike, you know. I mean, the stuff that I still have behind me, and there's a ton of it, is a lot of comments, and that's the stuff that'll, you know. So I don't know.
You know, Mason, I think there was this one girl named Danny After Dark that really was into Mason. She was from Cap's community. Mason broke up Lisa and Cap. Lisa and Cap were never a thing. I need a dude that can get out of bed. I need a dude that actually can go on hikes and actually be active. And sorry, but if you stay in bed all day, how are you gonna find love?
DoorDash.
I wonder if there's a thing called like Tinder Dash or something where you can go in. Hey, I want this woman. Can you bring her to my house? I'll be in my bed right now. Probably, right? I wonder if there's like a program like that for the people who can't get out of bed and they want to, find a love interest. Go to Tinder Dash. We'll have them delivered in 2 hours or less. He loves his bed. Yeah. Well, I mean, the bed is comfortable. But usually it's love on air mattress.
I don't know. Last time I saw Cap, I think an air mattress would be pretty much like no mattress at all with him on it.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, Vinyl Richie, that never happened, Vinyl. It was a one-sided thing, Vinyl Richie. One person was really in love with someone and another person was like, fuck no. And that was me. Fuck no. Believe me.
Yeah,
I mean, after all the things I heard Nikki say, ooh boy. Yeah.
And I'm back. Uh-oh. Wasn't that another one of those things that like Rachel tried to use for like a thing?
She one time had me on stream with Cap and Danny After Dark was psychoanalyzing us. It was weird.
She's like, I'm gonna tell you something. I know the reason why you guys are in love. You're denying it.
No, she just said that. She just was giving me this like long terminology about why I am the way I am. I was like, I don't want to be here on a document.
You're like, yeah, huh?
I'm like, I didn't sign up for this bullshit, so I left.
Fire away. First of all, I hope. I'm on fire away, I hope. Yeah, he hasn't been around on any of the freaking live streams, I guess, lately, failed trying to drag me, but failed, so.
Yeah.
The short answer is don't know, don't care.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they try to drag me on this shit.
I don't really care.
I evaded their turbo lasers and I made it off scot-free, but whatever.
There are certain people I don't care what's up. There are certain people I don't care what's happening to them or what's up with them. Just leave them. Leave them be.
I think he actually had some kind of a meltdown over at Rachel's.
Oh.
Because yeah, again, yeah. One of the people in the peanut gallery, I guess he had said something about that. I'm not going to go into details, but he had some problems recently. And a couple of people in the peanut gallery were very, very, unsympathetic.
Yeah.
And AGK does what AGK does when somebody is unsympathetic to his, his problems. And we know how the story goes. So it repeats. And, yeah. So he hasn't been over there for a little while. Because he was going up there like on Saturdays. Because Rachel has free-for-all Saturdays where she lets like all the zaniness. She lets all the unusual characters come up. Yeah. And stuff. Basically, people that she doesn't like have up during the week unless it's a slow business day.
Yeah.
She has all those people up on Saturday, and he was one of the people who would go up there on Saturday, and then on Sundays he would be over at James's, which he kind of like drove us away from James's streams.
Yeah.
We would go to James's and hang out, and we'd go over there and, you know, whatever. And instead of being a little bit more mature, you know, which we were, you know, we turned around and left.
Yep.
Of course, which we were told someone turned around and started the room. We're not going to say who it was, that we were told to leave, which we were not. You know, me and Lisa turned around and like voluntarily left because we knew that, you know, that was kind of his turf.
Yep.
Type thing. And now he's not even over there, you know. And and now we're not over there either. So it is what it is, you know.
Yep.
Whatever. Schlep Rock, just leaving a little trail of disaster behind him.
Yeah.
You know, so.
I'm thinking whether I want to add to this or not, because you guys know how I feel about him.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I mean, you know.
One of my big things, and I will say it, and I shouldn't, because I try to stay out of drama and all this crap. But if he's got a problem, you better care about it.
Yeah,
but if somebody else has got a problem,
he does not give a shit.
No.
He does not give a shit.
That's no.
That is the bottom line. And I'm pretty sure if he was to hear this, he would turn around, he would do another stream where he would try and turn around and say that we're attacking him, and he would try and garner some sympathy from it. Because that's the way it goes.
Apparently, you just have to get over it.
I have but he doesn't. He needs tea and sympathy and shoulders and auctions to raise money for all of his financial woe. And I gotta stop.
No, I totally understand. But I mean, but it's the opinion that we've all had. You know, it's just that he needs to build a thicker skin or just get the fuck off the internet. One or the other. It's like you know, it's like after all the years he's been here. And the subs that he's acquired and, you know, whatever he's done, he hasn't learned the game yet. You know, he hasn't learned it yet. It's like, I feel no sympathy. It's like, come on now. You know what people in this community, it's like there's certain things that you have to understand. The people in this community, the people on the, you know, inner YouTube are going to accept and they're going to sympathize with and they're not going to sympathize with. You know, it's like, come on, you should have learned by now. You should have learned by now.
Sympathy anyways, what you expect everybody to have for him.
You know, it's like I mean, it's like, come on now. I have problems of my own. You know, you don't hear me telling anybody on here problems that I have because nobody on here is going to give a fuck. They're my problems to handle. You know, so
that was one of my main problems with Owen. He'd go on everybody's stream and just complain about this or that or this and this, and I'm sick of it, man. Is nothing good? Do you have nothing good to say ever? You know, it's like
the problem that I have with him is that you know, I have no problem with him, but he goes from stream to stream. I mean, I haven't seen him do it recently, but he was going from stream to stream, and every time me and Lisa would show up just to comment, he would say, "Oh, there's people here that don't like me," and blah 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 blah, and he would play victim. And that was not where we were going with it. We had always told him, we had always told him, you know what, you can come up on our streams. We don't care. You can go ahead. You can be on panel. We don't care. We have no problems with you. But he would go and he would tell all kinds of different people that we had a problem with him and that we did not like him and blah, 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 blah. And it would go on. And that's been the narrative to this day that he does.
I mean, he came into my stream recently.
And if he's not complaining, he's talking about Paul McCartney or Michael Jackson, and that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
still. I like Paul McCartney, but God, there's other things to talk about. I know.
I mean, you know, I had to shut him down recently because he came in my stream, and he goes, "Do you still my stream at all you want? I don't hate you." I was like, "You need to stop coming into my streams asking me that question. It's getting a little bit tiresome."
Well, the thing is that he goes to like newer people's streams, like he's gone over to Beetle Babe stream or whatever, and he goes ahead and he says these things about us, and it makes it, you know, and it makes it seem like we're horrible fucking people. Which I mean, we're not perfect.
Nope.
You know, we have been jackasses in the past. I will fucking totally own that. But the thing is, he makes everybody think that we're fucking horrible, and it's like that's just it's done. You know, and that's the reason why I just really learned, and I'm starting to learn with some of the old school vinyl community people. You know, which ones are the jackasses that just aren't worth my time. You know, it's like I've learned. You know, they haven't changed in the like what? It's been almost like 4 years now that I've been here.
Yep.
They haven't fucking changed. They've been the same thing. They have not fucking grown. They have not fucking matured. It's just the same fucking thing.
I mean, you've been doing streams for what, like 2 to 3 years now?
I think something like that. Maybe like 2, 3 years, something like that. You know, but it's just I learned there's certain people that I'm just it is what it is, and it's like I can't fuck with them no more. It's like I just don't fucks with them anymore.
You know, it's like It is what it is. We just have to know who's the good people and who's the bad people.
You know, because like one time I had heard I saw somebody. I think William Pumping Vinyl was in a stream, and he was saying something about because he's I know he's expressed a desire that he wants to do something with me, like a stream or a podcast or something, and somebody had like mentioned to him, they said, why would you want to, I don't even remember who it was, like why would you want to fuck with Dusty Spins? He's at like under 400 subs and he's been like that for a couple of years. So in other words, like basically like I was a loser, and the way that I see it is I'm at that number because I'm not as ambitious as some of these other people, and I don't fuck people over, and I don't try and step on people so I can get those views and tell you, hit the like button, do this, do that, blah, 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 blah. I'm not into self-promotion the way these other people are.
Content. Isn't he a drama guy? I want to work with it. I wouldn't want to work with a drama person. I just don't.
But it's just like that's my whole thing is that and they were trying to like talk bad about it, and I was like, okay, but the thing with me is like a lot of people take that and they get upset and then they turn around and they start blowing up. I just don't really give a shit what people say about me on YouTube. I don't. It doesn't matter because like I said, I could give this up tomorrow.
It doesn't. I haven't watched any negative channels in probably 2 years now, maybe long. Any of them. I just don't. I don't care. I haven't even, and this is terrible. I'm way behind on Matthew Street videos because he did like a couple videos, like 10 Beatles songs I hate and stuff, and I'm like, I don't see the point in this. And it got me disinterested in him. And he's a good guy, and I like him. But there's so much good stuff. Why talk about stuff you don't like? I never understood this. Why make videos about stuff you don't like? Why don't you prop up? Is the K-Tel guy? What was his name? He used to say, push everybody up instead of bringing everybody down.
JJ.
You like, push stuff that you like instead of just tearing down the stuff that you don't. I don't understand it, and I'm also tired of people making these videos where like I got this one CD, this greatest hits of Joe Jackson, and it has 4 songs on it, and that's all the songs, worthwhile songs Joe Jackson ever did, so that's all I need by him. I'm tired of that kind of crap too. If you're gonna be that close-minded, fine. But I don't need to watch it. People need to open their horizons to other things besides greatest hits albums. And I'm being negative about the songs that they don't think should be on the album. Be thankful that you have them. Would you really want a 4-song Joe Jackson CD? I mean, I don't get it, but. I don't know.
I mean, one of the thing, another thing that I think that me and Lisa are running into is that like, there's a lot of channels that just don't. I'm not going to say that they don't want to hear about new music, but it's like they
kind of shut their
ears. I mean, and I'm pretty sure there's bands that me and Lisa are into, like 21 Pilots, stuff like that are people might consider them like shit music because they're newer music and stuff like that. But the thing is, like, I just don't really think like people like really want to hear about like the Wallows. I mean, I'm sure there's a community for it.
New music, which it's a shame that people aren't into new music. But I'm
hey, Nick.
See this record here? Flip it over.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just talking about that stuff that you already have, records in your collection that you don't know every track on.
Mm-hmm.
Just because a song wasn't a hit doesn't mean it's not a good song. That's what I'm tired of. You know, I only want the greatest hits. That's all I need I'm just tired of that. It's so many people my age are like that. And I'm so tired of it.
I mean, I'll be honest. I have a lot of like groups that like, yeah, for me, you know, the greatest hits is enough, but I wouldn't make a video about it or sing it, you know, on a video, be like, you know.
Yeah, it's okay to like it, but why do you have to make video about it? You know, I'm 427 podcasts in. I'm playing albums basically, you know, and B-sides of singles, and yeah, I throw the occasional hit in to satisfy people, but you know, I've got a 12 or 13 year career now of playing the stuff that all of these people say is crap, and I'm just tired of it, you know.
You know, like I was discussing with my friend Lewis actually a couple of days ago, and he was like saying, because he knew this guy who was trying to sell a collection of 12-inch singles, and he was like, "Well, this guy, I know he's got like these 12-inch singles," and I turned around, I told him, I said, I told him, you know, I'm at this stage of the game, my age now, I'm looking into albums. I'm not really looking for 12-inch singles anymore. And he was like, why? And I said, because I feel like 12-inch singles are like, you know, that was back when I was like 20 and I was DJing clubs, you know, I wanted the 12-inch singles below, whatever. Now I want full albums. And he's like, so you just want albums now? And I'm like, yeah, because I want to hear the other tracks. It's like, I don't need that 12-inch remix anymore. And stuff like that, like I used to, you know, where I just needed the hit. That was it. I just want the single. It's like, no, I want to hear the album now. You know, now I want to have the whole album.
You know,
so
I'm a 45 guy, and I always I get home from the store, I play. Unlike most people, I play the song that the 45 that I just bought. I didn't pick up the needle and play it again. I picked up the record and flipped it over and played that side.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just.
It's you know, the thing about the music that I like and the stuff that I like, I know a lot of the VC doesn't align with it. Like the artists that I've liked within the last 5 years, I like the Lemon Twigs, Wallows. There's a lot of artists out there that I listen to that are a little bit newer, and I think that the vinyl community tends to lean towards a certain decade of music, and they stick to that decade of music because they like it. And they don't want to branch out to music that is like 2010s and on.
Well, every month there's like a whole new slew of new bands.
Yeah.
Every month. I mean, there's new music every month if you really look at it and stuff like that. But
you just have to.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a group that I really like.
This is my problem with even people that of that. It's not even the newer generation. It's the fact that these people that if it wasn't a hit, it doesn't count. And I don't. This is what I don't understand. Like I said, I'm not even talking about new music. I'm talking about go back and play the whole album. I don't get this whole. You know, a lot of things happen on charts. It's only the top 40 that you're talking about. So there's only 40 songs a week that you're listening to. There was a lot more music than that. There always has been, and there always. I mean,
too.
So close-minded. This song only made it to number 41. Therefore, it's not a hit. It's out of my playbook. I don't understand.
I mean, to bring up a good thing, like when I first. I'm going to bring them up. I know people are going to be like, why, Lisa? But when I first heard Overcompensated by 21 Pilots, I was like, oh, do I really want to go listen to Clancy? Because this track is not as strong as I'd like it to be. And then Dusty had sent me the FLAC files, and I listened to the entire album, and I was like, you know what? This is a pretty damn good album. And I was actually impressed. And I was like, this is better than Scaled and Icy, which I thought was their very poppy album. They were trying to, get away from that dark image.
I mean, well, you have like vinyl community channels, though, that are dedicated to like independent music, and they're in stuff like that, like the Vinyl Douche. Yeah, stuff like that. You know, there's another one who's called the Vinyl Potato or the something potato.
The Vinyl Potato.
The Vinyl Potato. Yeah, those people, they're all dedicated to just like independent new music and stuff like that. So when I want that fixed, I can go to them.
There's other channels like Sneed does a lot of stuff that's you know, and the Material Issues podcast. They talk to a lot of older people, but they're always talking about new stuff too, and a lot of reissues and stuff. But you never see them holding up a greatest hits or anything, you know, because it you know, I've heard that stuff to death. I've heard those songs for 50 years.
I mean, if you think about it,
Born to Run Again, I'm fine with it. I've got 50
if you
years
think about it,
you know,
I mean, how many times can you show Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd? Because they like keep coming out with different versions of that album. And it's like, I like that album, don't get me wrong. It's a great album. I have it on vinyl. But it's like, you got to kind of branch out from the same 5 albums that get shown in the VC. You know, like Dark Side of the Moon, Led Zeppelin 4, that one Black Sabbath album, Beatles. I'm sorry, guys. I love the Beatles, but I just feel like people need to branch out. Well, because you know, from Sgt. Pepper.
Talk about some of the things that nobody talks about, some of the lesser tracks and some of the lesser albums. And
but
Martin McGrath's point here, I want to talk about that for a second, because you know it's people could do whatever they want, Martin, and it's a fine. If you want to make some videos about things you hate, that's fine. I don't want to watch it. That's just my perspective. I don't want. There's enough negativity in the world without.
I just think it's fine if people like the Beatles, but I think with some Beatles channels, they tend to be so Beatles centric that they won't listen to anything but the Beatles.
I'm not throwing him under the bus, but I watched the latest Beatle Bread video, and he goes to Coke or bananas. You would like that story, so, because it has 3 million records in it and stuff, right? And he spends 90% of his time just looking at the Beatles, and I'm like,
it's great.
Look what you have in front of you, and you're looking at the same thing again that you look at in every other store, and I'm like, I mean,
it's great to like the Beatles, but there's like more music out there than just the Beatles, and I think that the Beatles fans, a lot of them tend to just gravitate towards the Beatles, and they don't listen to anything else besides the Beatles because they're so absorbed with the Beatles.
Look what my daughter gave me. Do I look like I'm watching my weight?
I said a lot. I said a lot, Tim. I didn't say all of them. I said a lot of them.
But
hot girl summer.
You're gonna become an e-girl, whatever they call them.
They just do hits, and I don't.
You know. When I think of White Claws, I think of those girls that have the Visco cam pictures. Oh, now you need a crop top. You need a crop top, and you need some like Daisy Dukes, and like some colored hair or something.
Hey, if Bizarro can drink these, I can drink these. Bizarro is muy macho.
So, that's a muy Visco girl drink.
Yeah, he muy macho, so he drinks White Claw. White Claw man drink because Bizarro drink. Bizarro say, I drink White Claw man drink.
My sister loves White Claw.
Not bad. I mean,
Oh, he might be retiring his IPA.
It seems like in the last few years, alcohol companies are all just catering to people that don't actually like alcohol. People that actually do have been left by the wayside, and they're just trying to bring in everybody that actually doesn't like drinking. And I don't understand that philosophy.
I feel like they're catering to me. I feel like they're catering to me with the White Claw because I don't drink.
5% alcohol?
I don't know. I feel like ever since this stream started, I've had like this uncontrollable kind of like curiosity to want to try a Guinness.
Dear God, you should get one.
Why? Is it that Dusty was drinking Guinness? Is it I'm wearing a Guinness shirt? What it could?
I mean, You're wearing a Guinness shirt?
To the dark side.
Wait, I
haven't had a drink in over 3 years, by the way. But Guinness was my favorite beer.
Yeah, I noticed. I noticed
because I'm an alcoholic or anything. The bars closed during COVID, and I just never went back. I don't drink at home. I'm not a home drinker. I never have been.
See, Martin said, I'm a Beatles nut and proud of that, but when someone says they're bored of songs like Blackbird, I think you need to listen to another artist.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And this is my thing. And I'm not trying to throw Joe under the bus here, but I will say one more thing about Joe, and I've said this before, that really, Joe's like, he listens to the Beatle channel, and they play the same Beatle hits over and over and over. Yeah. Unfortunately, what he considers Beatle hit is about 160 of their 240 songs. So, but anyway... So
is it like a serious? Does he listen to like a Sirius XM channel or
by the Beatles? But he only wants to hear the hits by everybody else. It doesn't make sense to me, if you know what I'm saying. So Beatles, deep cuts. Everybody else, no deep cuts, only the hits. It doesn't make sense to me.
So Tim. Tim, what's your favorite Michael McDonald song?
It's awake. It lives. It was Barrett's Kenny Michaels Radio. It's crap.
That's how you really feel, right? Don't sugarcoat it.
Yeah, don't hold back now. Don't hold back. We're saying Michael McDonald. How do you really feel? We know how Tim feels about Michael McDonald.
I know. I was asking as a joke. I know how he feels about him.
Michael McDonald is the greatest backup singer. The greatest. He was one of the greatest hook singers until Nate Dogg.
Yeah.
So there you go. Nate Dogg took his crown. There you go. But now Nate Dogg is gone. So Michael McDonald has his crown again. No, Michael McDonald hasn't really like sung on anybody else's songs in like ages, has he?
What a fool believes is what like
Well, I think you might have someone that likes you, Tim.
I just don't. Oh, thank you, Ray.
He's all looking very stylish today.
I never I've never been a big Doobie Brothers fan, but when he took over all the lead vocals, then I really became less of a Doobie Brothers fan. Then when he made that Motown album, I just downright started to very much dislike that man a lot.
I grew up a Doobie Brothers fan.
Has some soul. Michael McDonald doesn't have soul. He might have soul for souls, but he doesn't have soul.
I grew up a Doobie Brothers fan because my mother was very into the Doobie Brothers. She played them over and over and over again. She had the 8-track, so she played more. So in 2020, I'm sorry, but actually 2020 for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, don't fucking attack me, people. But 2020 was a very good year for me because, the Doobie Brothers got in, Depeche Mode got in, 9 Inch Nails got in. It was my fucking year. It was my year. All my bands were getting in. But, there's some people like they want the China Grove pre Michael McDonald, Doobie Brothers. What was the name of the original lead singer? I don't even remember what his name was. I think he turned around and sued them afterwards. Actually, I think they got back together with him, and he got uncomfortable with the band, and then he turned around and he sued them again or some shit. Or something like that, but I think he was upset because they didn't include him on the What's Happening episode. So, yeah. Tom Johnson. There you go.
Michael McDonald actually started getting popular, not even from the Doobie Brothers, really, kind of, but he sang background on that. What was that? There was a Kenny Loggins hit. And he was a big part of it. That was huge, and that really helped Michael McDonald.
I forget. Michael McDonald is a Yamava veteran.
He did quite a few Kenny Loggins songs, didn't he? He did quite a few of them, didn't he?
He first started off as a background singer for Steely Dan.
Welcome to the Unforgiving Yuri. DAC, is that for digital audio or digital analog converter?
I have no idea.
I'm just kidding. That's what I think when I hear DAC. Well, digital analog converter. So this is it. There you go. I'm trying to think. I was a really big Kenny Loggins fan though too. So
well, I had that album, the Night Watch album. That's all. I like the hits. I'll be Joe Mail, and I like the hits of Loggins and Messina, but not really much else they did. It just wasn't my thing.
I just kind of love my yacht rock, so it's just, now it's called yacht rock.
Like yacht rock, so I don't like rock. I know that's a weird thing to say, but I've said it so many times. I think it used to be called just adult contemporary.
Yeah.
Now they call it yacht rock.
Yeah.
I think during Dwayne said I do love the Doobie Brothers and Michael McDonald. But there's some people that do prefer Tom Johnston. I think Tom Johnston was more of like the era where the Doobie Brothers were like the bikers were into them. It's like the rock era, stuff like that. And then Michael McDonald was more like the adult contemporary, smoother, era, stuff like that. But
not my thing.
What about you, Lisa? What was your favorite era of the Doobie Brothers?
Michael McDonald.
Oh God.
I'm losing
but the difference between me and
cool,
haters is I'm not saying he's awful or anything. I'm just saying I don't like him. He's not
you can have my BC card.
I'm really happy for you, and I mean it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like I don't really like
I'm ready to turn in my card.
I'm not a Zeppelin fan, and I'm not. I'm not.
Zeppelin! I love Zeppelin.
Beat that makes me go up and down. I like that.
I like Zeppelin.
Yeah, I take what Ray's saying here. Two totally different. Like there's two totally different Genesis. Two totally different eras of Genesis, and totally two different eras of Doobie Brothers.
Yeah.
Totally get that. Yeah.
There's people that are gonna like.
There's two totally different eras of the Beatles. If you want to go there, I mean, there's the She Loves You era and the Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds era, and they're certainly very different. And most groups go through that. It's just growth. It's just change. It's it is what it is.
Well, one time I remember I was discussing with some of my friends. We were talking about the Beatles. Shocker. We're taking it back to that. But a lot of people had asked me, they had said, because my friends are very casual Beatles fans, so they only know, like, if you play I Want to Hold Your Hand, like, oh, I know that song. But if you play, like, The Ballad of Rocky Raccoon, they don't know that song, something like that. So it's like, they're those type of fans. And they were asking me, they said, well, what would you say is your favorite version of the band or favorite era of the band? And I said, I would have to think anything after Rubber Soul would probably end up being me. Anything after Rubber Soul was when I was into it. Anything before that, I was not too much for it.
Yeah, I am, because I'm a rock and roll guy. But I actually divide the Beatles' career into 4. I think they were only around like 7 years, and I think they have 4 phases, which is pretty amazing. Growth. There's the early years, the She Loves You years, and then there's, the Rubber Soul years, the folk rock sort of years. Then there's the psychedelic years, and then there's the rock years. The White Album On is sort of the rock years. They're not playing rock and roll anymore. They're playing rock.
And then there's the I have so much to say, but I'm holding back right now. I can see your face. She's like, oh, I'm biting the inside of my cheek. But anyways,
I was thinking more about like what Invisible Ray was saying about Genesis. That is true, because you have the prog era of Genesis, but then the next era, I usually call the next era the Hugh Padgham era, because that's when Hugh Padgham stepped in, and then all of a sudden the pop stuff was starting to happen, like ABCAP, the self-titled album, all that. That's when that.
Yeah.
I call that the Hugh Padgham one because that's when they got him as a producer and engineer.
Yeah, I call it.
And I'm a very big fan of Hugh Padgham. I love his production.
I mean, I like those poppy albums like Duke, Abacav, Invisible Touch. I like those albums. I thought they were, fun.
No, we skim over politics. I think Unforgiven once in a while, but we don't try and dwell there. Yeah. It's kind of like we let other channels do that. So Mind Games. Anybody gonna try and get that box set? I know I'm not.
Is anybody gonna spend that $1,300?
No, I know 3 people that are, but no.
Let me guess. Beetle Brad is one of them.
No.
Well, no, really, no. Surprisingly,
Matthew Street.
Nope, not that I know. Of. He didn't get.
I know Mayo is. I know Mayo is.
That's one.
Yeah, I know he is.
Yeah, because I would mention it in my piano stream about Mayo buying it. Someone's like, Mayo's not gonna buy it.
Dwayne said 2 different eras of other groups like Rush. Could be.
Well, there's most bands. Any band that's been around for a few years grows, and I mean, he's got almost country rock era, and then almost a little jazz period, and then a rock sort of period, and then later adult contemporary sort of thing.
I mean, you got the 2 eras of Rod Stewart. You've got when he was good. And then you got the songbook era where Rod Stewart is just singing standards. It's like,
Ray said, I've worked out that each Mind Games track will cost $124 per track on that stupid box.
You are not
wrong.
wrong.
You count outtakes and things. I mean, outtakes are free. It
see?
Comes with,
Can we see? Can we see what's on that box? I need to look it up. What's in that box that makes it $1,300?
People that have more money than they know what to do with by that.
I know, but why is it worth $1,300? What makes it worth $1,300?
There's about a couple of books in there. They throw in the vinyl, and the vinyl is a zoetrope kind of a thing.
I know, but we're not getting like John Lennon's tree bark like we did with George Harrison.
I'm really not too much for the zoetrope thing.
I happen to think it's much cooler set than Harrison's was. You get more stuff. You get more for your money. It's more money, but you get more for your money.
Well, thank you, Unforgiven.
If you want to buy it, buy it. I'm happy for you.
I'm just going to say this. It's going to be very controversial, but I think Mazzy's going to buy it. I know.
Well, yeah. I'm sure that's definite. I'm pretty sure he's...
I mean, it's not controversial, but it's, it's a given.
I think myself personally, I may end up getting the 2 LP set, maybe the 2 CD set, out of curiosity, because I want to see. I want to hear the remaster. I want all that stuff. But other than that, no, I don't think. Yeah, I won't go any further than that.
It has a 13-inch cube of reproduction of Yoko Ono's art.
13 inches. You like saying that, huh, Lisa?
Is interested. I doubt anybody is, but I heard the other day that if you are interested in the regular the CD box set, it's like $117 on import CDs, which is pretty good. It's like $167 on Amazon, so that's actually pretty good.
Mazzy already pre-ordered it?
I don't know.
It says Harry bought it too.
Harry's gonna spend $1,300 on this.
I don't know Harry.
Oh, Harry's Music Room.
Harry's Music Room. If you think about it, for the person who's a major Beatles collector and has decent money, $1,300 is not a whole lot. It is it splurging and probably spending money on something dumb. Most people would probably think so, but it's not like it's gonna kill you. Like me, if I really decided to buy it, it wouldn't kill me. But
I guarantee in 2 years it'll be worth a lot more than $1,350.
Well, look at how much the McCartney's worth now. That McCartney box set, the crate. Isn't it worth like 3 times the price now?
That crate was a bargain. I know it sounded like
it was a very good deal.
bargain. You're talking like $7 a single, when singles are going for $20 a pop. Mm-hmm. That crate was a bargain.
Mm-hmm. The Lennon art has authenticity certificate. It's a reprint.
It's a print, but prints have certificates of authenticity. I mean, like if you go to a museum and you get a print of the Mona Lisa, it can come with a certificate because it's an authorized print. It's not just some guy ran it off on his Macintosh. The people don't seem to understand that a print is a print. It's not.
Lisa, what did you type there?
That's from the box set. That's what's going to be in the box set.
Citizen of Newtopia box, Newtopian flag, Newtopian embassy plaque. Okay, well,
people are making fun of that stuff, but that Lenin was going. This was the height of Lenin trying to stay in America, so he invented a country and became a citizen of it to try to help his cause, and that's what that's all about. So that's actually history. That stuff I think it was all stuff that got made at the time, and now it's getting remade just for this box. And I don't think it's so uncool. I don't want it. I don't collect stuff. But if I was Mayo or Brad or these collectors, I would want it. I would absolutely want it.
Beatles should be public domain now. I think it's sad people still trying to make money. Unforgiven. Like I said, I always say, wait till Disney buys it. Wait till Disney buys it. It's going to get crazy. It's going to get crazy.
There's other countries where they are public. Some of it's public domain, right? Not all of it. No, it is all now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's all exactly like Burns said. Let me say this: I'll spend my money on whatever I want. Others can do the same. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, for $1,300, like I said, like me, if I really decide to buy it, I do have a good job. It wouldn't kill me, but would I do it? No, because I'm not into it. But had it been like a lot of people would say, it's ridiculous what I do with Depeche Mode. Each album for Depeche Mode, they came out with a 12-inch box set of the 12-inch singles that came off it, and each one was like about $150, $200, maybe even upwards to $300, depending on the album and how many singles were in it. And I bought all of them. So a lot of people would say I'm a dumbass for doing that, So, but that's my band. I love Depeche Mode, so I bought everything in that that they had. So
maybe by the time it was released, Martin. But no, he was still with Yoko when he made Mind Games. Maybe by the time he came out, he was gone. But he was still with her for.
I mean, that's $1,300, and me as the pre-order girl. That's my new name now, pre-order girl. I just think that $1,300 is just gonna sit there on the shelf. A lot of these people are not probably gonna play it as much.
Again, I'm not into it because I don't collect stuff. But if you do collect stuff. Then it's got some great stuff in it. A lot more than 4 gnomes and a piece of bark. It's better for that reason, as far as I'm concerned. But
I think if I was to get that John Lennon thing, I would go with the 2 CD because it's just for the people who want to kind of get into John Lennon and don't want to spend a lot. The CD is a good bargain, I think. The 2 CD.
But even that's $30, which is CD.
I mean, yeah. But that's the new,
going up and up and up.
It's a new norm nowadays.
Nothing you can do.
And to tell you the truth, that's what happened last time. Where I got the strike from was from the Neil Young video where they were playing Sgt. Pepper in the background. That's what got me the strike the last stream I did.
Yep.
I turned around, I played Overcompensate by 21 Pilots. I played almost the whole video. I played all this other music. All the other music, nothing. Yeah. That little bit of Neil Young walking through the store with Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band playing in the background faintly got me a strike. So, the Beatles are just way their clutch on YouTube is just crazy.
YouTube just doesn't want to get sued. That's the bottom line. They don't actually care what you do, but they don't want, as long as they don't.
No.
Maypang was about the time that MG was on its first week of production. Okay. Really? I still have not seen that documentary because I have not been able to find it anywhere streaming, and I haven't wanted to download it because I'm scared they'll turn around and flag my IP or whatever, so. Those 1,350 sets are sold out.
1,100 sold out, but they made more.
No, they made more because I was able to add one right now just for the hell of it.
Which people are having a problem with that too. I don't. It's fine if people want it. It's not made yet, so just order more. But I pretty much guarantee when there'll be a cutoff date when they say okay, and that's how many they'll make. A few more to make it an even number.
Yeah, but it says here it's final sale. If you buy it, you can't return it. It's final sale.
Yeah, and
I mean that the George Harrison box set though, For All Things Must Pass, I really thought that it was fucking ridiculous that they put those gnomes in there.
Well, I think this is way better than that. Well,
this one's classier, I think, a little bit.
You can go to Target on CD and spend $35 and get all but one disc and the giant book. But if you're just talking about the music, all but one disc of the $200 box set. It was stupid. It was like, well, so the one disc is worth like $165.
I mean, you get a lot of shit. You get a lot of shit for $1,300. You get the CD, you get the vinyl, you get a Blu-ray set, you get Yoko's DNA. I mean, come on.
For real. Lennon McCartney Harrison states allow fair use on YouTube except for a few very popular tracks. Unforgiven Yuri says, I'll give you a tip for music: Beatles, Eagles, and I think anything BMG will get you flagged. Yup. But if you're working off StreamYards and you have original download, you can enter that song. Oh, you're talking about going through the brand where you upload the song itself.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good idea, actually, in theory. Unforgiven, but the thing is, usually with me, what I'm doing is when I end up playing back songs, it's like I'm going through a DJ program and stuff like that. But into your StreamYard's background music. Yeah, if you're going to do the background or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, but YouTube will still find it.
If you have a popular channel, that's making money, you won't get a strike. You'll just get a warning and they'll just take your money because that's what they really want. It's all about the money.
Yeah,
that's what they really want. Because you're not making them any money, they give you a strike. If you're making them money, they wouldn't give you a strike. Which you think about it, it's not only is it not fair, it's probably not even legal, but it's what they do.
No.
Oh, Martin says I've been in touch with Sean on Twitter. Nice.
Sean, I think, it's safe to say, besides Zach, I think Sean is the most talented Beatles kid.
Unforgiven says I monetize. I deal with it. Okay.
I disagree. I think he's second.
Who's number one? James McCartney? Just kidding.
No.
I had heard that from what I had heard, Sean is very, very generous when it comes to sending out promotionals and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah, that he was very once he got you once you were on his list, it's like you were hooked up.
Zach Starkey, Lisa. Starkey might be the best drummer alive at the moment.
I said that they were the top two, I think, and the least talented Beatles member is James McCartney.
I contest for Sean as well after you, Marty, with a list of people who shouldn't get a freebie.
I mean, think about it. For a couple of years, Zach Starkey was in two of the most popular bands on the planet. He was in Oasis and The Who at the same time. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
I mean, this poor lad, he had to be related to Paul McCartney.
Oh, wait, what was it?
So sorry for
it was
Paul.
Wrong.
I mean, I actually listened to James McCartney's entire album because I'm stupid like that.
Well, I've heard somewhere, I haven't seen it come up on YouTube or anything, that, and Paulina will know about this, I heard that James McCartney and Sean Lennon did a song together.
Yep, they did.
Yeah, it's called Primrose.
Yep.
I haven't heard it. But people said it's not bad. I'm like, I haven't heard
It's
it.
actually really good. I actually listened to it and I liked it.
Well, this is gonna be my new.
And the cool thing about it is like it's a thing that we always wondered for years, and that is, would the Beatle kids ever get together to do something? And apparently, we got the answer, and it's a true Lennon McCartney song, written by both John and James. Lennon and McCartney, right there.
And people don't know this, but there were 3 Beatle kids involved because Julian Lennon would bring them their Uber lunch every day.
You want to see something? You want to see something that's really hilarious? Me and Lisa have been dealing with this for the past week. Every time we open up our Facebooks, who is trying to get a hold of us? Well, besides Star Trekker. Besides Star Trekker. And Aisha Willems. Damn, Aisha Willems. I'm going to I got to answer her back. James McCartney. He keeps on trying to friend us.
Yeah.
And Paulina's all, why isn't he trying to friend me?
I mean,
yeah. I don't know. It says it's an official account. I don't know if it is or not. Who knows?
I mean, proof is in the pudding.
Really
I should tell him, hey, can you send me one of those boxes?
Look at
he'd be like, that's not my section.
Let
me see.
I mean, he loves me enough to want me as a friend too. Look. Oh wait, let me turn off.
Yeah, Lisa keeps on getting it too.
Yeah, look.
Ray said, but I said Richie Dolan in Beautiful Life should. See, yeah, you keep on getting him too.
Yeah. I do.
I don't rate.
I don't know. I never talked to Sean, but apparently Mayo and Sean were supposed to do an interview together. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true, but
I don't know that that's true, but Mayo gets stuff.
I mean, you know who did an interview with Sean is Anthony Fantano.
There you go. Zach Starkey drumming for The Who. Actually, I got to help mic up his drum set in 2016.
Cool.
Yeah, when he was playing with The Who. So
that's cool.
He then said it was all about mental health. That's why they are doing it. Just Bray said, BB has worn me out, Marty. I think she actually beat US.
Yeah, in fact, Zach Starkey did something that his father's never done. He played a halftime show at the Super Bowl.
Mayo and BB in your comment section was the victory. Cool. I don't know. I guess I didn't miss that. But did we, Marty? She's still making waves on RG. She will until she gets thrown into the bus.
Eventually, she throws all the disabled people under the bus. You'll be next, BB.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's we like Beetle Bay, but yeah, unfortunately, that's what ends up happening sooner or later. And doing a hot tub live stream, it's prostitution. Yeah, she did it was pretty hot. Lisa, you need to do a hot tub live stream.
Let me tell you, if I did a hot tub live stream, half the men in this stream would probably go blind.
I tell you, wait till I hit 500 and I monetize, and we'll do that.
I'm telling you,
we'll get tips.
Nobody's gonna want to see that. Nobody's gonna want to see.
We'll get tips.
No one wants to see my fat ass. Okay. They want to see
2016 is when I saw The Who live. It was a postponed show. Yeah, same thing. I mean, they played here in Los Angeles, and they played at I think they played the Honda Center too.
They played the Hollywood. They played the Hollywood Bowl too.
There too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ray, we need you. That was pretty bad today. Yeah, I saw that. Leave that fantasist behind. I won't engage with anyone persistent on that channel. Nope.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, they're talking about Renee Kerman. Yeah. It was pretty bad. Like I said, it was pretty ruthless. I saw it. It was pretty ruthless.
Yeah.
But that goes to the territory, man. You go over there, fuck around and find out. That's the way it is. Yeah. People have been told time and time again, do not go over there. This is what happens. And then they go over there. Then when they get kicked, they're like, I don't understand. Well, there you go.
I thought we were friends.
Yeah. I thought we were friends. I'm like, oh, join the club. We've got jackets.
Yeah.
I've been kicked out.
When someone tells me they're friends with someone famous on YouTube, I want proof. Well, yeah.
I mean, I'm friends with this guy named Dusty Springs. He's pretty popular.
I said to Matthew Street, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, boss. The VC is tearing itself apart. I want to say it's tearing itself apart. I think that's a tad bit overboard there, Invisible Ray. But yeah, it's getting bad. It's getting bad. You know, it is separating. Hey, you guys got a good thing going here. Keep it going. Forget 500. 1,000 is just around the corner. Keep it up. I wish you guys success, and I'll be hanging around. Thanks, Unforgiven.
Thank you.
Talk to you later, man. Martin McGrath said, Matt Street has seen enough of their disgusting greed. So he has decided not to buy anything anymore. He said, I put my foot down. I will buy nothing.
Disgusting greed. It's not, you can't blame the artist for what the record.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I was about to say, we're just getting started, man. They haven't come out with Rubber Soul.
And dead for 44 years.
I mean, and there's always going to be someone that's going to buy it. There's always a buyer out there for that.
Like Lisa in her One Direction, there's always a buyer.
Yeah, always.
I like them over the snail.
No, I'm going to head out. It's almost 4 here, and I'm not saying
no problem. Actually, I think I'm going to shut it down too, 1 a.m. Yeah. So I gotta get some sleep. So
yeah, I have to wake up at 9 o'clock.
Poor Mr. Mayo, they tortured that man. But anyways, good night, guys. Invisible Ray, Martin McGrath, all you guys, thanks for being here. Great seeing you all. Unforgiven Yuri. Okay, good night, Tim. It was great seeing you here. So I'm not gonna say when's the next time we're gonna do a stream because it might be next week. It might be the week after. It might be a month from now.
It might be a year from now.
Who knows? Okay. I like to surprise people. Skittles. Okay. See you later. Bye.
Bye.